know a lot of people have kind. All right, awesome. Yeah, my name is Shad. I'm the president of Minority Programmers Association, and also one of the organizers behind DeFi Summer, our kind of series-long educational event and hackathon. And I wanted to kind of conclude the summer with a DeFi Summer Summit. It's not only to recap kind of the summer-long experience that we've been doing, but to bring different people with different perspectives in the blockchain industry together, so we can really engage in dialogue. Because I've seen a lot, especially in these community events, where people are open to talk and ask questions that, especially with scalable L2 solutions and things like that coming into play, there's a lot of more ideas for last mile adoption and business use cases that weren't really achievable last year when the original DeFi summer happened with the AMMs and DEXs, coming out. And so also kind of a primary motivator behind, starting Minority Programmers is to bring people from diverse backgrounds into the STEM industry. The reason why we're focusing on blockchain and DeFi in particular is because the decentralized nature of it, we really believe this is as a tool to empower marginalized communities to get engagement not only in a global financial system, but into the infrastructures that will build, with Web3 and the oncoming internet. And so throughout here, if you kind of scroll down a little bit, we have a few interesting topics, around 20 to 30-minute panels, 2 to 3 people each, and we'll leave room for questions and through the chat. And so, yeah, whether it's from DAOs and governments, decentralized autonomous organizations, Dapp infrastructure on kind of the tools and understanding what's needed for building blockchain education, which is something I think is very overlooked and very different when it comes to traditional education, because a lot of the materials and the curriculum that's out there isn't really too established, and there's kind of a unique perspective of really developers and people who are building also being the educators in order to build out their communities. And that's also a good segue to the community building workshop, which is really also essential too. And you see like people like Breathe is someone who's a big community builder, came from the Polygon side of building that way. It's very essential to making sure that your blockchain or your project really excels. And then NFTs, we got to talk about that. And I think right now we see kind of a huge adoption in terms of JPEG and in terms of more visual stuff. And I really want to see NFT applied to different virtual experiences in the metaverse in general. And I think that's something that needs to be explored. And then also institutional adoption, and you kind of see a segue between that, things like Visa copying the punk for 150K, and the rise of degens. All the degens, I'm gonna be honest, all the degens were being degenerate, and we're just gonna have this to be an open Q&A. I've always found it hard to get degens on the schedule. And then some keynotes from Stellar, and then Idle as well a little bit later on. And this is kind of the old tentative schedule, that place. But yeah, I really wanted to kind of use this opportunity, it's a beginning opportunity to really gauge the audience and see what you guys are most interested in, and how you guys kind of think the space would be evolved in, or things that you weren't really sure about, or maybe even resources or tools that you use. Basically, I want to share alpha, and I want to use this as an opportunity to be like, okay, yeah, these are cool tools, maybe share projects or anything like that before we really get started in at 11:20 and start going into our panel on DAOs. So does anyone want to kind of share what bring them to the space, or what exactly is their favorite part about DeFi, or when they heard about DeFi, or kind of the troubles that they had in terms of learning the space, or if not, we can kind of also go around there. I know we got some interesting backgrounds in the audience right now. So yeah, any anybody got that perspective or want to share? Well, yeah, and you might if no one is kind of talking, then also, oh yeah, hello to Eric. And so, yeah, something that actually we're building at Minority Programmers that we've been keeping under the wraps is we're also trying to build a last mile solution with a career development app. So you see in the nav bar, there's a learn, an incubator, mentorship, events, career, and consultancy. So if you're interested in kind of building use cases and combining all the elements of DAOs, NFTs, and access to banking and education and community building, that's that all kind of your input here and your feedback here will be directly taking and trying to apply it there. So I really do appreciate those coming on board and sharing that insight. And so yeah. Does anyone have some alpha in general or some really exciting things in the space, whether it's on NFTs or DAOs or anything like that? And then feel free to speak or put your questions in the chat or anything like that.
Hello. Hey, I'm audible.
Yeah, you're on.
Yeah. So, coming from a collective perspective, right? I'm a big NFT collector, and not that big, but yeah, I'm more into NFT space. Although started with NFT farming, Yam was the first project when I started farming, but it has evolved since then quite a lot. The Yam team had its own problems, but they are coping up very nicely. In NFT space, I see metaverse as a huge utility unlock. Uh, and Sandbox has been doing some great work in terms of. So you must have come across these PFPs, right? Board Ape. There are other NFTs as well, like Cool Cat, Gutter Cat, and recently I came across the Cyberkonks, the VX version. So I see it unlocking the powers of governance and also the utility inside the metaverse would be pretty big. And Sandbox is betting on it very heavily. They're getting these, characters designed. They're getting these characters enabled in the metaverse, which is huge because let's say if I have a character which I want to use inside the metaverse rather than using, some custom made or maybe maybe using the predefined characters. That is something that I feel is very powerful. If you collect that character and you can use it inside the metaverse as well, I think it's great. And also, if they provide you governance power on top of it, uh, that is something that I'm very curious about in terms of NFT, because if you have got utilities around NFT, that would be the point where this whole thing will explode. Because right now, if you look at utilities, there are projects in terms of NFTs which has very less of utilities, but I see utilities being built and being explored very extensively. Yeah, and yeah, as you share the screen about NFTX, right? That's again a great project in terms of bringing liquidity to the NFT market. Yeah, that's from my end.
Yeah, I really like that insight and that perspective on NFTs. I think we were actually talking about this yesterday. How exactly do we integrate, NFTs into the metaverse, and not only to just kind of convert our real world into the digital world, but how do we kind of take that element and gamify it? And we're actually speaking on because we're working on the learning app and learning incentivization there. We were actually coming up with an idea to basically develop a metaverse for a classroom and governance in the metaverse. So say that so say your avatar is the way that you're kind of expressed in there, and even your reputation points appear live in this universe. But we were kind of looking at use cases of in a classroom we actually teach the courses in this 3D AR VR simulation, and kind of even our grades, we can tokenize them, or we can turn assignments into NFTs and have grades and tokenize them that way. We're even talking about since we're tokenizing grades, you know, what if we're able to look at other people's grades and short them or long them, and thinking of things like that, and kind of gamifying the experience there. We're even kind of even looking at even you know, turning the whole metaverse into the DAO concept, and doing kind of like a model UN where we have like, where all of us are in Congress, and our DAO isn't just us voting on a forum, but it's really a virtual reality of us convening together as a Congress, and really taking kind of normal functions and using this as a way to supplement remote learning into a whole experience. But one thing we were kind of talking in the ETH builders group, we were really trying to explore like what exactly. Right now we have kind of just the images. Really, the music hasn't come out like that. I mean, Audius has blown up in the past week. But like they're like I'm trying to explore like what exactly is being like it can be turned into an NFT that currently isn't. And I know someone in that chat actually had, I think I forgot what was that project. I forgot, but he was selling olive oil where and then he had an NFT associated with that to pre-sale the olive oil. And I think kind of protocols to allow for the shipping of actual NFT products associated with real products, it will be the game changer for turning the NFT infrastructure for like e-commerce marketplaces and platforms on that end. But does anyone like have any ideas for turning something into an NFT that like people aren't even exploring, or just kind of want to throw out, you know, something random or something wild?
Yeah, talking in terms of e-commerce, right? There's a team that recently came up from a hackathon. They're building a marketplace for software applications, and I'm not talking about Web3, but also Web2. So, can you sell the licenses of the softwares using using NFT and using marketplace? So that is something that one team has been building in a hackathon recently that I came across. That is also one interesting element to it. Although I'm not sure how much time will it take for it to unlock and get into mainstream. But I think, yeah, these use cases, right, as you spoke, um, unlocking these different powers or different utilities is very important. In similar case, at the Dapp List also, what we are doing is we are giving people a reputation for their curation, right? So they earn reputation when they curate applications, and basis that reputation, they can unlock levels and they can actually mint NFTs. Let me provide you with an email address to get inside. Just give me a second.
And we're also going to be transitioning to the DAO and the NFT. I mean, the DAO and the governance as well, which also I want you kind of to take a part of in there because I was going to show the hunt as well. But yeah, what's the email?
So just give me a second.
Yeah, and I really like that use case. It's something that hasn't really been something that hasn't really been I think that could be explored more. Is I really like Decentraland. They have some stuff where like if you have the NFT in your wallet, you can open up new new metaverse places. Like if you have, it's like, so I think even taking it to that, even from a software perspective, imagine if there was like a metaverse for GitHub, and you could go into privilege modes and have access and make pushes in a way that, you know, takes your branches or your special commits or your special codes as the NFT that give you specific roles and privileges. And I think that the idea of roles, privileges, and also reputation combined in a place where it's more socially visible and we can you know, visually represent it differently is going to change the game in terms of that. Yeah. And so yeah, I think so let me double check the panelists and go back to this on this end. But yeah, we should go and start the DAO panel. I think Wolf is here. I think New Biz is here. Let me see if Chad is here, and who else was from the DAO side. Um, let me actually message Aragon in 1 second.
Okay, I've texted you the email
Alright.
address for you to access.
Yeah, let's get the DAO show. Okay, so our DAO is our DAO is a panelist. That's EDAD for sure. So yeah, Embrace here, and then let me get Daniel in the room a second. All right, so let's kind of get started right now. I don't think Daniel from Aragon's here right now, but he'll be coming on. In the meantime, let's get kind of introductions from Chad from RealtyDao, and then Nibreed from Dapp List, who's been talking earlier, and then Wolf from DEVxDAO. So if you don't, it's RDAO, Wolf Cal, and Nibreed, who's already off on mute.
Hey, what's up, Shot?
Yeah, how you doing, Chad?
Not too bad, not too bad. Thanks for the time. So, what intros?
Yeah, quick intros. What you're doing at RealtyDao and how you guys kind of got involved in DAOs, and as part of that intro.
Yeah. So we have been doing kind of the domain space for 20 some years. So we own about 20,000 domains. We're turning those into autonomous DAOs on the domains. So DAOs on domains. The road we're trying to go is AI DAOs on domains. So the next phase. So we've been just kind of involved in the blockchain since we used to own digitalcurrency.com. So we saw Bitcoin coming through, like that ecosystem, but really kind of got more involved with Ethereum back about 5-6 years ago, because we saw that as a platform for getting us to autonomy. So we kind of been involved with that. We've been involved with the ERCs, since the beginning. So we like to see where these tokens, NFTs, which are really 721 protocols, just blow up and kind of really push into the marketplace of what you can do with code and programmability and business models. And so we took our DAO, RealtyDao, is really a autonomous holding and development company that's gradual decentralizing to really acquire digital real estate. And then manage that real estate and optimize that real estate. Really focus around domains and blockchain-based domains first, and then tokens, and then eventually physical real estate fourth. So that's kind of what we're doing. So we have about 300 domains on chain. You can interact with them. They're getting smarter every day. We're kind of going after that market.
Yeah, it's really awesome, and to even I really love the idea of like a lot of people want to onboard other assets, but you're kind of a .com king in that sense, where you already have these premium domains. I've actually experienced trying to buy domains and then realizing you own them, and so that's a very it's a very, very kind of unique way of building up digital real estate. So I love that hyper focus. And yeah, let's get a kind of introduction from a Wolf from DEVxDAO, and kind of your research and your work towards DAO as a whole.
Hey guys, and hi Shad, nice to be here. Thanks for including me. So yeah, I represent the DEVxDAO, and the DEVxDAO is a grant giving DAO from the outset that is mostly focused on governance. So in my own research, I spent about a decade on dynamic regulatory structures, and have started working with the DEVxDAO 2 years ago. And the DEVxDAO has adopted the mathematical model that my co-authors and I have built over the course of 4 years, just for decentralized governance. So the DAO is really mainly focused on decentralized governance. We believe that the future of DAOs lies in governance. So if you don't have a proper decentralized governance, I think sooner or later most of the DAOs out there will run into very serious problems. And quite frankly, I don't want to be adversarial, but I don't think you can call yourself decentralized if you don't have decentralized governance, right? So that was very important. So the governance perspective for the framework and for the DAO community. We've already started spinning out a service DAO because in our grant that uses, by the way, that uses the same governance. because we started realizing that we needed a service provider for certain functions that the DEVxDAO itself could not provide. So in this case, we in many of our grants that we're giving out, we need when developers perform under the metrics of the grant and they provide milestones, they often provide, in most cases, they provide code. And so we started realizing that the code review process is really something that requires very particular expertise. And so we spun out the code review DAO, as I said, that uses the same voting engine as we are using. And so, yeah, I mean, I could go on. There's a lot going on every week. We have over 8 million committed right now in grants that are going out. And the mission really in terms of receiving a grant, the mission dictates that the grant has to be to further quote unquote decentralization, and it has to be open source, right? So these are the only two core criteria. The DAO is otherwise, we have one major sponsor, we're talking to several other major sponsors. And because of that, we're nominally agnostic. Of course, you know, we have to make sure that our sponsors are happy. But so from the outset, in terms of mission, we're agnostic. And as I said, most of the grants that we're giving out are focused on decentralized projects. Right now, we have many DeFi projects in the pipeline, several DEXs, AMMs, among several others. We're also excited that the Minority Programmers have started engaging with us, and we're excited to see where that relationship will go. I'll stop here short unless you have any particular questions.
Yeah, and I'm really interested. Like a lot of what you know, Wolf was writing in his book, and even engaging in the DEVxDAO community calls really put us onto game in terms of how DAOs should operate within a system, and also like kind of the ideas of, you know, sub DAOs and wrapper DAOs, and even convincing us to even do DAOs completely decentralized in the first place. So I definitely kind of want to explore more into the wrapper DAO side, and kind of developing community there. But let's get also an intro from Nibrit of the Dapp List, and also coming from the Matic community side of things. And I think he's also experimented a lot with DAOs as well. So if you want to give an introduction.
I didn't see it.
Sure. So I see DAOs as a new structure to organizations, right? And there are great examples in terms of building a startup using DAO, right? And take NFTX for the example. NFTX has come from, you know, from one single founder or developer, you know, coming up with the idea, building the first prototype, and now there's a team which runs it, right? You know, Alex, who is now basically just, you know, guiding the team. That's it, and he's not getting involved. But there's another team, basically all these people who joined, you know, NFTX just as a community movement, and now they are basically running the show. So I see it as a very interesting experiment when we talk about, let's say there's a project being built, and there's a person who just has the idea that he wants to build this something, and probably he's a developer, right? He's starting with the idea of building the first prototype and let the community take it forward, right? If he or she doesn't want to get into, you know, much of things, and he or she just wants to build, I see that as a very interesting you know, starting point for a lot of startups that are, you know, probably a lot of hackathon projects starting from, or maybe some projects which are, you know, probably getting incubated or getting started at a minority program as well, right? So that is one interesting thing. I've also seen DAOs around, you know, marketing. There's this creator DAO, which is really coming up right now. There was obviously marketing DAO, but that is not there at the moment. But there's Creator DAO, which is actually responsible in terms of creating content and producing or organizing marketing activities for the projects, and they are also doing really great. I'll share the name with you. So they have it's called Creator DAO with 8 in it. So okay, let me share it to some.
And one thing I wanted to ask between all of you, because there's the idea of like a lot of us, coming from the just build side, it's like which kind of comes first? Like, how do you even get started with DAOs? I see a lot of like, the definition of DAO being very loose. It's just like a group of people with kind of crypto assets to delegate, and whether it's on chain or off chain, that definition has been relatively loose. So whether it's a Wolf or Chad or Nubis that wants to answer this, like what exactly is the onboarding process for someone, maybe a smaller group, for getting started with DAOs and the transitioning into on-chain systems, and whether like DAF products are used, or whether it could just keep on Discord? Like what do you see as the gradual transition to DAOing up? Or does you really have any kind of insight on this? Or
So you're saying onboarding into DAOs?
Yeah. So I'm like thinking like, all right, so what exactly is a DAO? Like, if we're on this, are we a DAO right now? If we had $100 to allocate and we decided in whatever voting system, like, is that a DAO? Or like, what exactly are people considering DAOs? And then how exactly is that transition in terms of like turning it on chain? Like how do we start, and then how do we get on chain, basically?
Well, I think the definition of a DAO, because I've been in the branding side for 20 years, we didn't even want to use DAO. We kind of don't, in one sense, it's like, okay, other protocols are like DAX, right? EOS was a DAC, Distributed Autonomous Corporation or Organization or whatever else. So I think the term is still evolving, but I still think it just means kind of a community forming around an idea that organizes to, create action. And so we're trying to position it really more as a new business model of the future, and then educating people on that from, is a DAO, is like a real, because if you got their diehards, right, a real DAO, there is no jurisdiction, it's self-organizing, no centralized control systems. And so I think that definition is still evolving, and that's the beauty of it. It's going to continue forming what is the definition of a DAO. And so I think that education part is how you onboard people, of how you want your DAO to act, right? Because DAOs aren't going to be one size fits all. They're going to evolve into their own organism. So I would really call it, instead of the organization, I'd call it more of an organism.
Yeah, so how does that organism becomes like self-sustaining? Like how do you, because there's someone who starts a Discord chat, there's someone who actually like deploys the contracts. It's like that path to decentralization, even outside of DAOs or just protocols in general, is kind of a tricky one. So if coming from like the builder's perspective, like I don't really want to be the person facilitating every day. I want to decentralize it as quick as possible. So I know that's a challenge that people are experimenting right now, but does anyone kind of have any insights into what has worked, or what has really been able to transition pretty seamlessly into decentralization, and what type of stakeholders or what type of communities really motivate that type of transition? Or maybe if Wolf wants to speak on there, because I know you've been working a lot on kind of the definition of DAOs, and one thing I like about as Wolf's perspective is kind of the way that you vote really engages the individual member to be smarter about how they invest in proposals coming up. So if you want to kind of speak onto how you're approaching engagement through MVPR. Will still here?
Yeah, sure. I don't know if he's there or not.
Hey, sorry. Can you repeat the question, please?
Yeah, I wanted to kind of get a sense of, because I'm trying to figure out how do you get more decentralized as quick as possible, and that really takes, you know, communities being invested and staked into into the system. And I think you have a lot of research in terms of MVPR into like how to strategically get community members to be invested in proposals coming up in the DAO. So can you kind of speak on that and what you found from your research?
Yeah, so this whole issue of getting decentralized as quickly as possible, quite frankly, you pay for that, right? I mean, there's certain you gain enormously, but you also have to pay for that. And what do I mean when I say you pay for that? Well, you have to be realistic about expectations in terms of how quickly you can accomplish decentralization. And quite frankly, you have to be cognizant that fully decentralizing governance, or sorry, we should never use the word fully, actually, it's always a process, right? But decentralizing governance also means that you need to grow your governance system organically. So in our case, we use reputation metrics and NFTs in this context. And in order to maintain power equilibrium in a decentralized structure, one has to consider the long-term objectives of that equilibrium. And in order to get people into the system, you need to, in our opinion, with this model that we've built, and the mathematical proofs that underlie this, the reputation that is being built and is used for governance and for the governance equilibrium has to be built organically, right? So in other words, when you onboard people into a given DAO structures, and Shad, you and I and some of your researchers, we talked about this at length, you have to consider who gets what reputation under what metrics, right? What is the minting ratio for reputation, and what are the inputs that dictate the minting ratio, right? These are all variables that have to be very carefully calibrated. And a lot of people who come from the engineering side, they're often very quick in making policy decisions and governance decisions that haven't, quite frankly, often been fully evaluated, right? And we've been through this experience in the DEVxDAO for the last 2 years, where, you know, certain business people, certain developers come in and say, oh, you know, this is disadvantageous, why don't we tweak it here, without giving full credence to the equilibrium in the model, right? So this is something where people who adopt our model, we call it the minimum viable protocol requirements, MVPR short, people who adopt the MVPR, they often have to engage in this learning process, right? Where they say, oh, you know, we have these legacy systems and we want to do it the legacy way because our community only knows the legacy way, right? So and the legacy way isn't decentralized, but you just have to be realistic about that, right? So when you start engaging in this process of decentralizing your community or building a community, there's certain basic foundational elements of decentralized governance, if you want pillars of decentralized governance, that many communities that we engage with had to wrap their heads around. In our case, we were very lucky. We had most of the communities that engage with us actually you know, come through and see that this is the right model. But some communities won't. They will make bad compromises for scaling and other purposes. And that's all good experimentation, but the model, you know, the model that we have in front of us suggests that a certain level of rigor with regards to the decentralized pillars of governance is required in order to maintain equilibrium. So one of these pillars, just to illustrate that quickly, is you cannot use fungible governance tokens, right? I mean, there will be some people on this call who will say, what are you talking about? This works phenomenally. And that it may work for a few years, but as soon as you scale, as soon as you're attackable because you scaled and there's more value in your DAO, it's very likely that you will be attacked and that somebody will try to disrupt the underlying governance metric, a governance system, and try to take over power, right? So all of our research that went into the DEVxDAO was motivated by a desire to avoid attack surface and to avoid attacks on the governance system, as well as to provide equilibrium and slow organic growth through governance, right? So this is something, these words, slow growth is not something that goes down well in the crypto community. But if you want to get it right, there are certain things that you need to adhere to, right? So but being able to buy power in any governance system is probably an indicator of your overall corruptibility in that community, right? So anybody who can buy power on an exchange and then use the power to swing votes in a given community, that would be something that we believe is not proper decentralized governance, right? Now, there are other communities who are grapple with this and who are trying to figure out ways to move forward with those kinds of governance models. There's many DeFi projects are doing that. There's a lot of DeFi projects that use governance tokens, fungible governance tokens. Became very sexy, 6 months, 8 months ago. But there's a reason why many DeFi projects don't have a lifespan beyond 1 or 2 years, right? So, and one might be able to point to the governance, the underlying governance for a lot of this, right? So if you intend to do a quick turning around of a governance token, that is fungible, yes, nobody stops you from doing that. But if you want long-term viable equilibrium decentralized governance, maybe one should think about the core pillars of decentralized governance, right? And this is what we've been dealing with. And there is also a social element to all of this, and I don't want to really go into this right now, but we have to ensure that there is a certain social and minority protection element to governance, right? And so decentralized governance, by its very nature, should be agnostic as to the incoming players and should be subject always to community review. And yeah, so our system does that, right? So in our case, anybody who comes in is subject to the community upvote, and we haven't quite managed the anonymizing part fully because we're only operating for 2 years at this point. But yeah, so these are all important considerations, and I'm happy to answer any questions that people may have in this context. But
I also want to give some context because we were figuring out how to like anytime we enter a DAO, to be honest, the way we think is like how do we exploit it and how do we come up off of it and take as much funds as possible. I mean, even when we're designing, it's just good to play that game theory and kind of the way that you come up or the way that you come up in a DEVxDAO is you have to win a grant and you have to actually add value. And then that amount you win is directly translated into the amount of NFT reputation that you can then stake, and you get unstaked when they complete that grant. So you're basically betting on that, and also if that grant doesn't win, your amount staked and the people that bet on the losing grant, that gets split amongst the people who betted correctly. And so it's really like you're putting your money where your mouth is, and you have to not only invest in projects you care about, but that you think have a overall value in the system and that the community will support as well. So there's a lot of considerations when you're inside the DEVxDAO of like how exactly to build something that the community wants, and something I think Chad has a good perspective in, because he's basically building frameworks for developing DAOs around domains and those premium domains, and building out ecosystems around those domains. So I want to get that perspective on like how exactly are you getting community members or planning out to get community members to add value to these kind of sub DAOs, and how you guys plan to give value between the collaboration of these domains or these DAOs.
Well, you mentioned the word value many times, so that's kind of the stuff that you kind of define, right? So we have a certain value that we pay for, like press releases at $100 or $50. And then we try and, because if we don't have your reputation or we don't know who you are, vice versa, we have to establish a value line, right? Can you deliver something of value to waste our time or money, or take this time or money to participate in this? So, so for us, we have a set thing of, here, do this for this amount, and then we'll try and determine the value later. The other one is it's the ownership economy, right? So if you can get compensated for the value you create based on your performance or deliverables, that's kind of that's what these tokens do, right? They connect that, they link that together with that token. So we try and make sure that we be clear about what value is, or what's going to determine value. And we are really open on that, because if you're learning, right, that's valuable. Because there was many times where we were training people that were learning and getting value, but we weren't necessarily getting value in return because it would take 6 months to get a broker going. So, again, I would just look at value, right? So we look at participation as value. I think that's what's going to be the unknowns for how we get, again, it's the ownership economy, and you own part of your stake when you deliver the value. And then you build reputation from there, and then you'll define how people create value based on clearly defined rules or roles or deliverables. That's how we do it.
Can you say again how the reputation is built, and how do you quantify that?
Well, so like the good people like that, like they're, have no time, right? You can never hire them because they're just busy, right? They're successful. When they come in, if they come in at the top of the funnel, we have to filter them. We filter them a different way, and it's a different approach to what that value line is going to be. And then to where if somebody's coming in, doesn't have any reputation, hasn't really worked before, and this is called contrib at contrib.com. So anybody can contribute something, code, capital, content. But if we don't know who you are and no reputation, you have to start at the bottom.
So you are not anonymizing it, but you're also not giving a score for reputation, are you? Yeah,
we definitely score it 100%. I mean, so depending on where you come into the network and depending on your reputation or who you are, if you're 0, you have to start at 0, even if you're the top of the chain. But if we don't know who you are, you can't verify your reputation, you can't verify your deliverables or who you are, then you got to start at the bottom. I mean, it's just how it is. But then if we know you're Garrett Camp and started Uber, right? Okay, our discussion is going to be at a different layer of what value means and what it can be contributed to it. And the main thing is, how do you create impact with that value? And so we also not just look at value as an input output, but as can this thing create an impact? And so we look for really impact opportunities than value creation opportunities.
So you would give Elon Musk higher reputation in the system just because he's Elon Musk already?
Yeah, because your participation, right? Like if you don't sell it on your vision or mission or checkbook or your challenge or whatever the activation of the contributor is, then 100% it's 0, right? So if you can't hook that higher level, it's 0. And those people don't want to waste their time going through establishing their reputation when it's, again, it's who they are, right? It's how they got there. So that's the hard part is how do you let anybody and everybody participate, but then how do you also streamline that onboarding?
You see, that's the problem, right? That you give people reputation who build reputation in centralized structures, and you import that into a supposedly decentralized environment. So you're basically taking a centralized metric of decentralized reputation and transporting it into what you would otherwise then consider a decentralized system. Yeah, in my humble opinion, that cannot work.
Yeah. Here's the thing though. But you still have to show up and deliver, right? But so your reputation actually gets hurt worse when you go in, show you're going to contribute and you don't, and you're that higher up, right? It's the same thing with leadership. Anytime a leader leads because he or she is leading, and if they don't deliver, everybody below them suffers. So it's the same thing. We've hired, I've had 100-person companies, and we've hired rock star algorithm people that didn't do shit and it hurt the entire thing. And so you still got to show up and you still got to deliver. And so we actually put those people at a higher risk reward parameter, I'd say, But again, unless you're using, again, until there's this DeFi reputation system that I can trust, whether it's the multiple that are trying to go after the 3box and these other profiling systems, then again, we just start either everybody at zero, or if we try and figure that. But I understand what you're saying, but everybody's fighting over decentralization versus centralization, and it comes down to people, wherever you want, model you want to call it.
Yeah, and that's also something that like we were kind of exploring when applying for DEVxDAO is how do we develop cross-platform and cross-chain reputation kind of APIs that we can in a decentralized way that we can plug and play and really not have people build in terms of like a scope of a platform, but as Web3 as a whole. And I'm not really too sure if the like what progress is being made in terms of like the like Web3 reputation system, whether decentralized identities, come into play with that, and who's working on that. Does anyone have any idea in terms of the progress in the space regarding that?
Yeah, so we are working actively on what you're describing, and we are developing DAO profile UIs where people can literally click into their respective DAO scores, but these scores were built under MBPR principles, right? So this is the governance, the decentralized governance model that we apply. And so these DAO scores that are presented in a Slack-like manner, they become SSI in its purest form, right? So we're working with several other systems that are trying to export these scores into credit environments, et cetera. But the totality of these scores for a given person who's anonymized per se, we would consider those an SSI, and it all goes through the aggregator UI. And so these are ongoing projects that we've worked on for several years at this point.
Okay, and so in terms of like this, can you kind of go on to the point of like decentralized identities and how that plays? Because I know anonymization is like something that you mentioned earlier, and I wanted to get a sense of like how this kind of if the like DID standard is what's being used in terms of like the cross platform or what you guys explored into that.
So most projects out there use the web of trust type idea, which is triangulation of other people's trust scores, and then basically claiming if you have 3 or more people who validate that you are who you are with the score that you claim you have, then a lot of these systems, of course, allow those scores and accept them as real, which is, in our opinion, completely sock puppet attackable. And so the system, and that's why I started out by talking about building reputation scores organically. If you, in our system, build reputation scores through MBPR organically, and you have 3 or more scores that were built organically without triangulation under the web of trust metrics, right? It's a 25-year-old idea that has never really worked. But if so, in our system, if you build these scores organically without triangulation, we would consider the totality of those scores to be your identity. Now, you might say, well, these people all know each other. That's not the vision of SSI, and you would be right. Yeah, so we currently don't have the capability of anonymizing this sufficiently because we are still in bootstrap, priming the pump, whatever you want to call it, phase. But as soon as we are over 10 DAOs in the system, we now have 5. There will be a way to start thinking about anonymizing this further. We are currently not able to do that. So SSI really ultimately depends on your ability to anonymize it properly, and your ability to not triangulate, right? So in other words, you have to spend the time, and that's what I started out with, half an hour ago or so, saying, you pay for this, but if you want to get it right, you have to pay for it with your time, right? So you have to build these scores organically. You cannot triangulate, because if you do triangulate, you will be sock puppet attacked, inevitably, in our opinion, right? I mean, all the models that we ran show that. So yeah, so I'll stop here.
Scott, I think you can also look at it as airdrops, right? This is why, you know, the apes and stuff, right? There's 5,000 people. You have a reputation if you have an ape, right? And so people are establishing reputations through their tokens, right? I mean, that's, you know, if you want to go for a targeted group of people, you can see how their past actions are based on what they're purchasing through the token. And that's what we're seeing is airdrops at targeted airdrops.
Can you explain, because you have a good kind of foundations for establishing like profiles based on internet behaviors and kind of how, and that's what I'm afraid about, of starting in a decentralized or anonymous, like I'm like in a way that isn't anonymous, because like once you're able to establish a pattern, it's very easily you know, it's easy to develop profiles for individuals, and if you have a system of people that are KYC'd and interacting that way, it's really hard to just drop in as an independent actor and just like be anonymous. So I'm kind of confused on how to even become anonymous when you're not, and then also the idea that you're establishing of like internet identities by tracking behaviors. Do you want to speak on that, Chad? Because I think you
What
were.
was your question again, though?
Because I was kind of like I wanted you to explore on kind of the idea of like how to establish profiles on people based on their actions and like typecasting them that way and draw that into like identity.
Yeah, so you have an identity if you own a Bored Apes or any other of these profiled, you know, NFTs, right? You established a profile, you made an action, you made a transaction actually. So there's a couple of things you can say, right? This person just didn't talk about it, this person made an action. I mean, how we do it a little different because we profile people really on their domains, right? And we have iprofile.com that we're building out into a DAO that will kind of, again, we're trying to do it the correct way, but so again, when we target people, we kind of know, like we'll target the apes people and once they start establishing their community, and you can identify what their community mission and ethos and culture is, and then you can assume that you kind of wouldn't say, it's hard to assume because I want every individual to be their own individual, but you can assume that group of people have this profile, and that is starting to identify. So a lot of people don't understand tokens. They don't understand that the community behind that and the momentum behind those. It's not about the token, right? It's the token is the beacon that holds it all together to a certain point. But and so they're establishing their own culture, and so that is being represented by the token identity. So I think that's going to be an interesting profiling system to explore.
Can we kind of touch on that though? It's like, because personally, like I don't like getting KYC'd at all. Like I don't really yeah, we had a talk on kind of Dapp infrastructure, but wanted to continue this to be honest, this and transition into that but yeah, and so I'm really kind of reluctant to, and especially when we're talking about DeFi and dApps, it's like I don't want to engage in the system. A lot of the reasons why I'm a stakeholder in these DAOs is because I have investment in their inherent protocols, and the way I'm invested is in a DeFi, no KYC type of way. And so it's like if I engage in the DAO and it begins to establish an identity, it begins to establish behavior. From my perspective, that is kind of the antithesis of like what I wanted out of engaging in the community. And so like how do you deal with that and those as barriers to entries of people who really are in it for the DeFi element or the decentralized element, like because I honestly wouldn't like, you know, necessarily join a lot of DAOs, and I've known like a lot of DAOs who've gotten me not engaged because they KYC me.
Jurisdiction too. I mean, government, sorry, but I mean, it's going to be government regulation, but you're still years away from that. But go ahead, somebody else is going to talk.
Yeah, we have the same problem, Shad. A pure DAO, in the way you're describing it, is literally the vision and mission. But until every time you deal with value distribution, a lot of these systems, including us, yeah. So our sponsor will never allow us not to do KYC. There's no way around it. And it in many ways it undermines the ultimate mission that you described, which would be to not do it in a KYC environment in which you truly can decentralize it and lower barriers to entry. So we share that vision, but realistically in our legal wrapper right now, we cannot get there because of the sponsor requirements. Yeah. So if you find a sponsor who lets you do it without KYC, I want to hear it.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at, well, technically, like, for example, if I go to snapshot.org, no, wrong one, snapshot.org, like, if I have any one of these governance tokens, I can just connect my wallet and put a proposal, and that can be funneled directly into their system. So there's existing proposal mechanism where you can connect your wallet and do it that way. And a lot of DAO as a service products.
Sure, these are all fungible governance tokens, right? Sorry, but they don't work, right?
I mean, in terms of the options of how they vote, I think that can be adopted and added. You can change. Yeah, they're only ERC20 standards. You can just toggle like which one, but there's also like it pulls from GitHub for the voting mechanisms of like the most common ones, like the ways you can vote, and you can fork this and make it not fungible. Like it's really but I'm not really sure if people have even adopted non-fungible voting like that. I'm not too sure, but I feel like there can be this can be adopted where you can add non-fungible and then you can add voting systems that way.
They do have integration with ERC 1031 tokens as well. So if you are using Snapshot as a package, you can use NFT for governance. That's not a problem.
Yeah, can you speak on that, because you're the one who got me hip to Snapshot. I saw a bunch of protocols like DEVxDAO use it. But yeah, I wasn't hip until you. So
no problem. So Snapshot started with governance with ERC20 tokens, but they recently have enabled governance with basically ERC 721. So if you go on creating a Snapshot hub, although it's a process, you might have to go through it, but they do have integration with NFTs as well.
Wait, what?
So,
no, I'm in a Zoom meeting. No,
again?
no.
Sorry, I couldn't hear.
I think that was just some confusion with somebody hopping in for a second. Continue.
Awkward.
Hello.
Boy, if you don't continue.
Can I speak?
Yes, Network. Sorry about that. Continue.
Not a problem. Not a problem. Yeah. So they've got this, integration with NFTs. Obviously, you'll have to go into details and see how you can enable it. But if you go to hunt.thedapplist.com, which is right now live, and we do governance for the curation. How we started with it is that obviously we do also have a reputation system, but that will come after. The first thing or the first place to start is we started with people contributing to the platform. Not like, if you have got a certain reputation, you can do that, you can do this. But we started with a point where you contribute first, and then you get reputation. Right, and basis that you can participate in the DAO which will be something in future, not right now. So I see it in a different way. What whom you can allow and who you cannot. I see that if you want to have governance, it's not required that you should have X token or Y token. You can even enable DAI in terms of you can look at Metacartel as one great example, right? You need to, if you want to participate, you need to contribute ETH to do that. Metacartel didn't have its own token to do that, right? So, and it's been flourishing, right? They have been leading the path for the DAOs in terms of investments, and they've been doing that since quite long, right? Obviously, if you want to do it with your own token, you can definitely do that. But in terms of reputation, I think they have also created their own kind of mechanism where you contribute and you get to be a part of the DAO, right? So, which is very interesting. I believe that probably putting a KYC or probably putting that, something like this in a place where, um, you know, uh, in a place where, there's a person who is known socially or known, something like that, and you allow that person to, basically contribute, right? It should be very anonymous, or it should be basis the contribution. So if people are contributing, they get to be a part of the DAO. If someone is not, then you figure out that this person might not be contributing even after you make him a part of the DAO.
Yeah, and something that I wanted to get a sense of, like, what exactly do you kind of and I also want to ask some more infrastructure questions, because I know you know kind of a lot of like the open source code out there to start. But like something I saw with you, because I was trying to submit a curation in terms of proposal, is like you had like 60, I think it was 60 dies like on ETH that you needed to submit a proposal. You don't have to pay any money, but it's just like the threshold amount. And it's like, how do you decide how much is going like how much to even use as a barrier, like to engaging in the DAO? Because then I was like, all right, I'm not about to get 60 die on ETH. It's kind of a hurdle. I'll just kind of message you my my proposal or do it in an off-chain way. And even in some places where I was trying to submit a grant, like I have to kind of like get on ETH and then buy the native token, and that I've honestly had good kind of grant ideas, but I didn't submit because of that barrier to entry. So like how do you kind of come to deciding that?
Okay, so that's basically so when we started with the Dapp List, right, and we wanted people to curate applications, dApps to be specific, and at that point we were also thinking on this, that what should be the ideal way to get started with. We chose DAI because DAI is probably used by everyone in DeFi or NFT space. It's the most common stable coin that has been used by people, right? And the people who are involved, even in even in holding DAI or even in trading with those people have been very close to the Ethereum culture, right? So we wanted DAI, the people who hold DAI, to start with curating application. Also, obviously, we will add more tokens to it until we have our own. Uh, so we will involve other tokens, those who have strong community in the space. So let's say Compound for an example, or Aave for an example. Now coming to the point of why 60 DAI and why not 20 DAI, why not 100 DAI? That's just a number for us to start with, to put a number over there, so that people should at least hold some amount of token, X token, to get started with it. Although we are not saying that you require 1,000 tokens to get started with, but it's a very basic amount, like 60 DAI. Like we pay $60 in gas fees, right, to do transactions or to mint NFTs, right? It's a very basic amount on Web3 space. So we went with 60 DAI and 20 DAI for voting. So you need 20 DAI for voting and 60 DAI for hunting applications. We'll add more tokens. So we will enable assets like Compound, Aave. We'll enable DEVxDAO, which is a token or a stable token by DeFi team. So we will have all these tokens enabled for people to contribute. And when they contribute, they earn, reputation and tokens at the back. Obviously, tokens are not yet live, but this acts as a bridge where people can still contribute and collect some sort of reputation and token, and they will be rewarded with it definitely. So 60 DAI is just a number that we thought of, just to start with. It's a very minimum number. People pay 60 USD in terms of doing transactions. So we thought of it's the bare minimum that people can probably have in their wallet and start contributing. There's no maths behind it.
Okay, and so now I kind of want to transition to like the kind of understanding the Dapp infrastructure, because you've been working a lot with people in the hackathon space, and like what in terms of build, in terms of developer build, like what are kind of the best tools for getting started and putting out a Dapp in a lean and agile way?
Okay, so if you want to set up a DAO, I think Snapshot is the way to go about it. It's you can basically fork it, you can create your own UI to get started with DAO. You can even use the snapshot front end to create your own snapshot page to get started with DAO. If you don't want to go with something like off-chain or on-chain, I think forums is a nice way to start with proposals, definitely. And then getting into the voting mechanisms. You can even use Snapshot, or you can use, there are other protocols as well to get started with. There are other governance infrastructure are also available, which you can actually fork and you can use it. But I see that there's no limit to it. There are already tools available for people to get started. Snapshot is probably the very basic, and I think when the whole DeFi summer was there, Snapshot, obviously people were looking for a very smooth experience and people wanted very seamless governance mechanism. Snapshot really came up, and people have been using them. If you look at the applications, there are so many dApps or so many DAOs using it right now. It's a very seamless process. You don't have to see, it's 1.4K, right? So already 1,400 dApps using it for their governance mechanism. I think it's a nice place to get started with, to understand DAO, to contribute to the DAO, to build a DAO.
And what about kind of infrastructure in general? Like if you were to like, so say we had like I know blockchain hackathons are like more longer than 2 days, but say you had you were doing a hackathon and you wanted to build something from scratch. Like what are the tools that you're using to do it in a weekend if you were to be posed this problem?
In terms of DAO or
just
building a DAO, or
dApps in general, because you're the Dapp List guy.
okay. So you meant by using what infrastructure I can use in terms of building something in terms of governance, right? Is that what you meant?
Or no, just in general, in building dApps in general. Because I want to kind of transition from DAOs to just building dApps in general.
I think that there's a lot of infrastructure already available, but I think if you can be specific, I would be more than happy to comment on that. But in general, there are if people want to start with learning, um, I think there's a game to get started with to learn Solidity. Crypto Zombies. If you're talking about learning, if you're talking about getting started with building, I think if someone is pretty new to Solidity, that's a great place to start in terms of learning. In terms of building, I think there are a lot of infrastructure already available in terms of contract writing, or in terms of even deploying it or even testing it, like using Remix, or even using standards like Open Zeppelin, right? as you have already shared, sharing your screen. I think that's a great way to start to have contracts that are already available. You can even see, you can use these systems, you can use these standards to build on top of it.
So can you kind of explain, because I did like in the DeFi space especially, I've seen like people just jacking other people's work in an exponential rate, and I don't necessarily know too much about open source licensing or how that even works, or what is like that's one of the things, when trying to decide whether to do open source and make it kind of proprietary, like it's like, what if I build something and people just jack it the next day? And I think DeFi might be the space where people are most equipped to do that. So how do you kind of pitch that maybe to even like enterprise people, like, okay, whether to build something open source, what they can use, and how that licensing works? Do you have any knowledge regarding that?
Okay, so not getting into probably into the legal side, but if you understand, what power it unlocks, right? If you look at Uniswap, there are so many Uniswap folks, and what it has enabled right now is that there are so many people, just using it on some other chain. I know that QuickSwap started with, forking Uniswap and building in Matic, right? Building on top of Matic. If Uniswap UI or the infrastructure was not there, uh, we wouldn't have seen so many DEXs being built. But what Uniswap has unlocked is something very magical, right? Now everyone can probably build their own DEX using the infrastructure which is already available by Uniswap, right? Which was not available there before, right? So OpenSeas, open source has its own power, and it's very important to understand. Obviously, for institutions, it would be very hard for them to understand, why open source. But for people who are building in open source, right, for developers who are just getting started, I think these open source tools are very important. And as the Texas farmer has mentioned, right, Scaffold ETH is one great resource to get started with. If you can share it on screen, I think it would be very interesting. And also the person who is contributing to this and who is building this, the Griffith, right? So he's a great guy. He builds a lot of videos around it, educational content for developers to get started with. And it is also a great place to learn about. They also have something called as, they have several smaller products which can actually explore, and they have called something like NFT.inc, if I'm correct, I think, and where you can basically draw and convert anything into NFT. Yeah, this one, right? Now, this is basically, you can basically save it and add it. You can basically gift it to someone. You can mint as NFT. So yeah, these kind of places where you can basically use the infrastructure already available. I think for institution it is pretty hard for them to understand why decentralization or why open source, right? Because they feel like, if I have a certain thing, I should be should be able to use only, right? But that doesn't or that has not driven the movement of decentralization which you see right now. There have been so many applications being built and being open source for people to use it and build on top of it, and that's the reason we see so many people right now using Uniswap, or they know Uniswap because it has been an open structure, and people have been building on top of it, and that's the thing that has been driving the growth for Uniswap or for any other product that has open source infrastructure like Snapshot for that matter.
So in terms of that, like, what you're kind of on the aggregation layer side of things, of like plugging in different things in DeFi and aggregating them. And so can you kind of explain the importance of that? Because there's like protocols like 1inch, Yearn that are really, maximizing aggregation, even things like idle. So how do you think that's kind of the next step, or are you still or like are you looking more on like the protocol level for innovations?
So so can you repeat your question? So was it related to DeFi, or you're talking about curation?
Well, I'm talking about like the kind of the Dapp you know, stack, where it's like at the top level. Now that we have all these DeFi protocols, we compose them all into like aggregated you know, dApps, where it's like things like there is with the Dapp List, they're aggregating a bunch of dApps. Snapshot, I mean, they're aggregating a bunch of like DAOs. 1inch is aggregating a bunch of swaps. There's like a lot of aggregation going on, and I wanted to see your insight on like on that and what kind of could be aggregated, and also like whether you're paying attention to that type of stuff or more protocol level stuff, or even just use cases in the space.
Okay, so if you look at from the Dapp List perspective, right, there are different layers to tech, right? There's obviously infrastructure layer, then there's application layer, and then there is you know, aggregation layer, right? And each one of them has its own importance in terms of building or bridging more people to the tech, right? If you look at infrastructure tech, those are the people who are building probably the base of what we see. And when you look at application layer, there are a lot of protocols already available building on top of that infrastructure, right? In Uniswap can be a great example of application layer. Infrastructure can be your Ethereum. And then you look at these aggregation platforms, right? Which are, so there's a great example of Matcha. So if you go to matcha.xyz, which is built by the 0x team, I see it as a great, you know, aggregation layer, aggregator layer, MATCHA, T, yeah, T. Yeah. So now what power Matcha is unlocking, right now, anybody can trade tokens using Matcha, and they basically pull in you know, liquidity from different you know, AMMs, right? Now, what power they unlocking is that anybody, they don't have to learn about, you know, Uniswap, how to trade on you know, SushiSwap or any other AMM, but they can simply come to Matcha and trade tokens, right? Now, aggregation is very important for when you want to onboard more people to ecosystem, right? If you've got 100 different systems, and if you can build an aggregation layer on top of it, people will be very, you know, it would be easy for people to explore and use it. Just to give you a very small example, and this comes from Web2 space. We all have seen that people have been building, you know, retail, their own businesses. They will have their own websites and things like that. But when a thing like, you know, Amazon or any other these e-commerce came on top of it, you must have seen these all retailers being using Amazon as an aggregation layer. Now, these smaller fractions, those were built before Amazon, they were not able to get that much of traction, and they were not able to gain more user base. But Amazon has more user base, and they were able to bring in more traffic to these real estates, retailers, right? So that is a power that aggregation layer unlocks. For 1inch, for that matter, if you look at their trade volumes, those have been massive, right? And they're basically bringing in more and more users onto these AMMs, right? So that is very important for overall infrastructure or application layer to grow, right? Yeah, I mean, like, even Google, for that matter, is an aggregation layer. Obviously, we call it search engine, but it aggregates, you know, search results from different platforms, and it has been very important for everyone, right? Everybody uses Google.com. So I see aggregation layer as one major unlock for users, utility unlock for users. So if you look at a few thousand users, they might be interacting with Uniswap or SushiSwap, but there'll be a bigger number that must be interacting with Matcha or 1inch. And it has liquidity from all these protocols that are underneath. I hope that
And
answers.
so I want to transition to the topic of education. We have I think Gabrielle from Women in Blockchain here, and also
Awesome.
Eric
Yeah.
from Blockchain Education Network. And so if you don't mind introducing yourselves, yeah, that would be awesome. If Gabrielle or Eric wants to go first. But yeah, I love all the work that Blockchain Education Network does, and a lot of the OGs in the space came from chapters from Ben, and so I wanted to really get this perspective on the education aspect. But yeah, Gabrielle, if you want to introduce yourself.
Yeah, sure. Hi, everyone. My name is Gabrielle Hibbert. My pronouns are she, they, and I work with Women in Blockchain. We do a lot of educational and workshop events, and happy to be here.
Awesome.
And
And if
my
Eric,
name, yeah, my name is Eric. I'm president of the Blockchain Education Network. We're a global network of blockchain students, professors, and alumni. 7 years old, started in 2014. I went to MIT. I was the president of the MIT Bitcoin Club while I was there, which is how I got involved in the Blockchain Education Network. And I've just been a part of it ever since, even after graduating.
and yeah, I really wanted to explore like the education part, because it's really like you can't even get involved in the space unless you educate, and a lot of part of the onboarding process is sitting down and teaching with people. So I wanted to especially get Eric's perspective first of how even Ben came about, and what were the first hurdles into developing educational content, or making sure that everyone came to speed. Was it a lot of workshops? So like what were you guys initially doing when founding Ben?
Yeah, so it started in 2014. Came out of the University of Michigan. Jeremy Gardner was the founder of the Michigan Bitcoin Club, and also founded the network. Reached out to the MIT Bitcoin Club, reached out to Stanford Bitcoin Group, kind of formed the initial coalition, right, of like different clubs coming together. The idea was that because there was no good Bitcoin education or blockchain education online, like Ethereum had just come out like that same year, right? It was very difficult to find this material. So, and also like at schools too, there was no classes, and universities themselves didn't even want to teach blockchain. So it was very much students teaching other students. Like there was a Facebook chat, there was a Google Drive. And so any club that had like a resource or taught a lesson and had a video for it could share that with the other clubs. And then any new club that joined the network, right, would also have access to all of the material and all of the lessons and the resources from the older clubs. And then, fast forward to today, we have over 100 different blockchain clubs at all different universities all around the world too. And then just students, like you don't have to be a part of a blockchain club to join. Like we have students just joining us directly. And there we have representation from over like 1,000 different universities, just all over the world, content being created in different languages. But yeah, it's mainly like online and lessons, because of COVID, right? Not too many clubs have been meeting on campus, but it's been pretty exciting to see this particular fall semester that we have a couple of clubs that we've seen already start meeting in person again. So it should be exciting to see how that dynamic changes over the next year.
Awesome. And if Gabrielle, if you want to chime in on how like you guys are developing content, and really how it's different for you guys are really diversity focused, and that's also something we're focused on as well. So I wanted to get that perspective on education to a more kind of diverse audience, and how you guys tailor it for that.
Yeah, definitely. So our chapter, Women in Blockchain Boston, started around 2017 to really help empower women to learn and grow and develop in the space. So one of our great initiatives that we put together is this great one-pager, which I'll drop in the chat for folks to take a look at. Basically, it gives you a nice roadmap to look at resources for blockchain, cryptocurrency, kind of like the basics. And that is one of our great kind of introduction guides. Additionally, we have workshops and meetups that are both educational and also great for networking and getting to know other people in the space. So kind of like the Blockchain Education Network, we really utilize the educators and colleagues within the space to kind of have that knowledge share.
And so I wanted to get a sense of like also the evolution of Ben, because I know a lot of, especially from the MIT Bitcoin Club, I know like one dude, he made Sapio that I was seeing. I see a lot of like, you know, OGs in the space really come out of Ben clubs. So if you kind of explain like just the evolution in seeing your peers turn to self-educators into entrepreneurs and how that is mixed into the Ben network.
Yeah, I think it's you know, it's an incredible network, and seeing what students have come up with over the years, and you really get connected to everywhere through that. I mean, there's like the startups themselves that are popping up, you know, from different universities. They're coming out of the universities. Now there's more faculty-driven projects, right? Avalanche, Secret Network, Algorand, those are all like research. It started with a research paper and then eventually spun out into an entire like company, right, in the industry for it. So we're seeing a lot of students that are very entrepreneurial come through the network and come through the different clubs at the universities. We're also seeing students that just are looking for jobs, right? They want to get jobs in this space. But it is exciting to see this transition from previously it was very hobbyist focused. It's like students wanted to trade or they wanted to like run their own miners, you know, make some like money on the side. Like crypto is like a fun thing. But I think how we've really transitioned, how we've seen the space really evolve is that we really want to push the idea that blockchain is a viable career option for students. You know, it's not just a hobby thing you do on the side. And so that's why we focus a lot now on our jobs board, matching with our alumni and with our partners, you know, helping students get jobs and then giving them hands-on experience. So one of the biggest things that we do that I really appreciate is we fly students out to conferences that we partner with. We give them free tickets for the conference. We give them free Airbnbs and flights. And when I was a student, Ben flew me out to the North American Bitcoin Conference in Miami. And that was where I met, you know, all the other club presidents, like the president of blockchain at Berkeley and the president of the University of Michigan and like all these clubs. Seeing that was really, really cool. And then the networking opportunities that come from that are also really awesome to see.
Yeah, that's definitely very true. I like even MPA who put us on the blockchain was the founders of blockchain at Mason, and they really blessed us into the whole game. So I see kind of the trickle down effect that a lot had. But yeah, if you how would you like, I see you guys are approaching things differently right now. You guys had the DAO roundtable, and you're looking to what are the challenges of bringing things kind of on chain and that present day Ben organizations are looking at or in the forefront of your guys' attention?
I think there's definitely a lot of roadblocks with school administrations. You know, usually there's a lot of red tape around that. Schools don't want clubs to have their own wallets or their own, you know, if you go and launch a DAO, you know, a school, first they're not going to understand what you're doing. Like, what do you mean you just raised $40,000 through like a governance token for your club? Like, no, like stop that, right? And then it's like, you can't, like it's already on there, it's already on chain. So we've kind of like been able to help clubs because we're a independent 501c3. And so clubs have been able to do a lot of those activities through us. You know, even for example, like MIT Bitcoin Club, when we did the MIT Bitcoin Expo and I was the president at the time, we weren't allowed by MIT, we weren't allowed to accept Bitcoin. We weren't even allowed to use Eventbrite. We had to use MIT's official event. You're not allowed to do events on Eventbrite. Like if you see an MIT event on Eventbrite, that's under the table. It was crazy. It's like, why, you know, it's so backwards. But, you know, through us, we're like a separate 501c3. Students can come to us and then do their initiatives through us. So we were able to accept donations on the MIT Bitcoin Club's behalf. You know, we've done that for other clubs as well. And now with DAOs, it's like a similar thing, like launching a DAO for a student club. There's a lot of red tape around that. We also do that for crypto funds. A lot of students wanted to trade crypto for the club and like use the club budget to manage like a fund. That's also super not allowed by like most universities. But through Ben, we were able to get student analysts and we give them money to mess around with, right? And to do the trading. So they're able to still do the things that they want to do.
So what do you, other than these like courses and modules that you've developed and I was showing little the blockchain girls earlier, what are the main education avenues for this? I see hackathons being a big thing. They're like grants or like what are like if you want to educate people quickly and like what are the approaches you guys are doing?
I think one of the biggest things for something that's approachable, something that can cater to a larger audience is definitely our meetups. So I feel like that's a very classic way for folks to learn about the space and learn about very specific topics in a very short amount of time. We actually have an upcoming event on September 9th, where there'll be a conversation between VCs and other folks who want to join in cryptocurrency and learning about how to even access and build with VC firms, which I will also link in the chat. But yeah, I think it goes back to what I said before, that our approach is very much bringing the education to folks and using platforms such as meetups or mentorship opportunities on our Slack and other avenues such as that to really get this community going.
Yeah, I really appreciate what Women in Blockchain has been doing. We share that guide that you guys put together with G256. We share that all the time, like we link to it. Our education has been more focused on like training developers or training people to then go work in this space. And so it's good to have like partners and other people in the industry that are like doing very, very like intro level, like even just how to set up a wallet, because people don't know, right? Like that's the last mile problem. A lot of the education that exists now assumes that you already know how to use MetaMask, right? It's like these students, they don't even know how to use MetaMask yet. Like we started doing like the DAOs, right? And the meta delegates for Uniswap, setting those up at all the different clubs. And we wanted to do it in Turkey. But what we realized, and the same thing in Africa as well, we were working with some African clubs, but they don't even know like what a DEX is. Right? And so like to then do governance over these DEX, like there's so much education, there's such a big education gap, and we can fill that with the meetups, the videos on YouTube, like learn at your own pace. And then hopefully the end goal is having the classes at the universities themselves.
Awesome. And so what have you guys looked into, and I think maybe Ben's looked into this, the learning incentivization models, because that's a big thing, like Coinbase and CoinMarketCap, learn and earn. And so how have you guys looked at like maybe game theory and tokenomics into making education part of like very Web3 in its nature? Because I see this Decentraland University here and things like that. So I wanted to explore that.
Yeah, we have the token models. Students earn Ben coin for completing lessons and volunteering for Ben and completing courses. We actually had that like very, very early, like way before Coinbase earned. And the thing with the Ben token is that it's non-financial value. So the reward, right, you can redeem it for flights and Airbnbs. So you have an Airbnb spot, a certain amount of spots at a conference or free conference tickets. You have to redeem it by cashing in your Ben coin. And for us, I think that's very important because anyone that like, if you study educational theory, like I had like a lot of like concentration in education studies as an undergrad, and there's a lot of intrinsic motivation versus extrinsic motivation to consider when incentivizing like education. Because if you start paying people to learn, you could very well like kill any desire to learn, and now they're only going to learn to get paid. And they also gamify it, right? Like if it's a multiple choice quiz and you're earning tokens for completing a quiz, you're just going to go A, B, 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 whatever you get it, and then you copy and paste those answers and you just share a Google Doc to everybody. That's what we did in our chemistry class, right? Like it's very easy to do. So we really want to focus on experiential learning, right? Like it's not a quiz. It's upload a GitHub repo or pull the GitHub repo, do something, and then upload the new one, or write a blog post, or the best one is teaching it to someone else. Because if you can teach to someone else, that's really how you know something, because that other person is going to start asking you questions and you better know what you're talking about. So we try to prioritize those kinds of experiences. And then, yeah, we give out like some token rewards and the students. But the idea behind that is for them to then redeem those for flights and Airbnb so they can continue compounding their learning.
Yeah, and I wanted to ask about that specifically. How do you even scale that, and how do you validate successful teaching or a successful repository? How does like curation work into that, and have you guys explored that on a scalable level?
Yeah, scalability is difficult because conferences are very like one at a time, and then bringing 20 or so students per conference, it's easier to say like, oh, let's just drop that and then just do it all online, because when you're all online, you can scale to like thousands of people and just be doing like all this stuff. But I think there's an element of importance to it. And, you know, it's important to actually go to conferences and actually go to meetups and give students the opportunity to travel. And one of the good things about the way that we do it, right, with the token is that you're earning the points and then you're redeeming them. Previously, it was first come, first serve. So like whenever we had tickets available, whoever came first would get it. But now that it's like, oh, you have to redeem it for a certain amount of points, you actually are able to rotate out between different people. So, you know, all students get a chance. Like and then we try to partner with conferences all over the world too, so that, you know, maybe you can't fly all the way to the US for a conference in the US, but if, you know, there's conferences in Europe, like ETH Lisbon's happening at the end of September, so we want to get students in Europe to come to that. ETH Toronto's happening in Canada later this year, so it's like we want to get students to that. There's a conference in Puerto Rico, which is where I'm living now. We want to get students in Latin America over to that. So at the very least, like we can localize it and say, you know, help students travel to conferences that are near their area.
And yeah, so what like, so for those, because we're exploring the books idea, and like that is very one of the biggest things of people gaming the system. Do you have any recommendations for you know, scalable solutions, or anything out there that exist? Because we did a presentation on blockchain and e-learning earlier a couple months ago, but it was really hard to find people like doing that incentivization on a MOOC level outside of crypto education. So do you have any ideas into where to guide us on that?
That's yeah, that's a good question. Well, within crypto, right? Like a lot of companies are doing a really good job at that. You look at something like Rabbit Hole, right, where people earn, and they also kind of build up their resume, right? They're earning tokens for completing tasks. I like that better than Coinbase Earn, because it's not multiple choice quizzes. It's like you do an action and you get a reward. That's pretty scalable because you just deploy it and then anyone can come in and do it. You know, our Ben Learn platform definitely helps make us a lot more scalable than we were in the past. Because in the past it was all group chats and Google Drives, right, and like sharing content and you know, videos. Now with a platform, we're able to have groups, we're able to have courses, like a course tab, we're able to have an events calendar, and that just definitely helps like manage everything. So I would say, like, you know, if you can move to like a platform or whatever you can, like the website is very important, right, and giving students like a portal or a place where they can go and see what's upcoming. And you can start with no code, right? Like I like the trend of no code now, and people are just using tools that already exist instead of like commissioning someone to create an entire website from scratch. Because I made like one of the iterations of the Ben site before we switched over to like another provider. But when I made it from scratch, you know, it was great. It was amazing. I spent like 2 months building the entire website with events and courses and groups and everything. And it was beautiful for a month. And then everything started breaking, like as soon as all the plugins were updated. So I'm like, yeah, no, you don't want to be tackling this problem. So just use like an already existing framework, right? Like a Slack or a Discord or, you know, something like that.
Yeah, we are building it from scratch. So now I'm worried about the bugs, for sure. But yeah, I have seen successful like MVPs, like with Questbook. They're doing like stuff on WhatsApp on like 1 to 8 type of cohorts, and even like Uncrypted, they're doing like the action based, like you were saying, create a wallet, mint an NFT, and submit that. So I think those are kind of effective MVPs that way. What have you seen that people do want to learn most, other than like the onboarding and creating wallets? Like what is like the hot in demand topics, and how has it like evolved over the years you guys have been doing this?
Yeah. I also wanted to ask, what tools does Women in Blockchain use to coordinate the community online?
Yeah, I mean, so we definitely use Slack as our #1 kind of meeting platform outside of face-to-face or even virtual events. And I wanted to also kind of go back to that intrinsic model that you were talking about, Eric. Outside of the MOOCs that are super popular within the space, I think having and building in this model that there are other people like you doing the careers and jobs that you see yourself doing in the future is also a great model to have with educating folks within the space.
Yeah, the cohorts, right? Like you have like a group of 29 other students taking the course at this, even if it's still just videos, right? You technically could do it on your own, but it's just nicer to have like a group chat and you're doing it at the same time with other students. You have a TA to kind of help and just, it makes it like a whole online class.
Yeah,
Yeah.
definitely.
What's the because I saw like you had content from like TokenSet, and how does that work? How has like protocols been very open to developing curriculum and then working with like student organizations that way? Can you explain that process?
Yeah, so there's two ways. So like we have students that come and create content, or professors that come and create content. We also have students coming in and translating content into different languages. So whatever a student is passionate about, we want to teach, and we want to have students come in and kind of help create those courses. So we've had students that were really interested in on-chain fund management, right? That's why the TokenSets course is there. We've had students interested in NFTs, so we're looking at NFT courses and helping students mint their own NFTs. Trading, governance, DAOs, and delegating votes. All of these things are things that people want to learn. But we can also have companies come in, and when companies come in, they can actually sponsor courses, and then that lets us give out token rewards for completing the course material, right? And we can also issue out blockchain-based certificates at the end of completing the course. So like right now, Blockchain at Berkeley, they have the blockchain fundamentals decal. It's available on their site, it's available on YouTube. But the cool thing about if you do it through Ben Learn and you just watch the videos through Ben Learn, at the end of it, you actually get a certificate, and that certificate is emailed to you. It's a PDF. There's a one-click button to add it to your LinkedIn, and then also it gets signed on the Bitcoin blockchain as well. So now you have like a verifiable credential on on a blockchain. So those are some of like the reasons why these companies and professors and students and clubs, they want to upload their content to Ben Learn, kind of make it like a lot more official and formal than just like a playlist of videos up on YouTube.
That's very interesting. Do you see the type of content that's being taught and educated like through these clubs correlate into the type of projects that the startups that are coming out of Ben as well? Or like do you kind of see like, oh, they're learning and they're implementing, or yeah?
Yeah, I think it's definitely related to like the trends and like what projects are interesting, or what industries are interesting, right? Like we saw initially a lot of ICO related projects, right? Like Augur was the first ICO on Ethereum that came out of Ben, IOTA, Qtum, like these are all like ICOs and very like layer one too. So like thinking about on first level. And then, right, as DeFi kind of became big and people transitioned over to thinking about DEXs, thinking about lending platforms, we've had more projects like that kind of come out of the network, and students going and working and meeting co-founders and doing that. And I mean, what I imagine now is with all of the influx of NFTs, we're going to see more like NFT based projects coming out of different student clubs and student groups. What's also exciting is that you don't even need to start a company in the NFT space to be a part of it, to have something in the NFT space, right? You can go and mint NFTs as an artist yourself. So we've been talking to more universities and more of the art departments and the fashion departments, like the Fashion Institute of Technology or VCU. I know that there was a request recently in the Ben chat for like an NFT class, because it's like this is a whole new way to get a whole new set of students involved that they previously didn't have a way to get involved, but now they do through minting their own NFTs. They don't even need to know how to code. Like there's ways to do it where you just do it all like through a UI and just click some buttons and then you upload your art and then mint it.
Even on here, like Materium is an example of that, where you can do collections. Mint NFT today, they're on Polygon. Like I minted kind of all their certificates for, instead of doing it on chain, for an internship program, just straight on here for like 30 cents. Yeah. Well, no, 2 cents.
The Polygon thing is actually really interesting as well, because one of the roadblocks that we've had for a long time was like doing like any kind of token incentives or just like fun club, DAO activities, is that it's super expensive with gas fees. Like if a club wants to launch a club token, what are we going to have a Ben token for? You redeem it for an Airbnb. An Airbnb costs $30 per student per night. You send them the token, that's $30 in gas fees. Then they send it back to you to redeem the Airbnb spot. It's another $30 in gas fees. It's like you could pay for 2 students with that. So, but now that like XDAI and Polygon and all these like side chains and layer twos are really like, they have traction and they're pretty easy to onboard. Now we're going to see like a whole proliferation of club tokens and club NFTs and all these things, because it's cheap now, right? It's cheap to mint those. And so it makes sense to do a fundraiser through NFTs. It makes sense to have a club token, and it's not going to cost a lot of gas fees.
Yeah, and just in kind of transparency, like I minted all these certificates like for 2 cents for 30 of them, and it was no code using Minterium, and so that's definitely something that can be done. And yeah, I wanted to explore more about exactly that, like the certification element on chain, because I know BTA does that. You were talking about that as well. So how do you see that evolving? Because and what is the standard right now? And yeah, how will the space evolve in terms of on-chain certification?
I think it's very promising. So I have my MIT diploma issued on the Bitcoin blockchain. And this is something that MIT did, and they did it for like every graduating student. There's like a block search wallet, and you just have it there, right? You have your credential. And it's interesting because it's super cool, but it's also very, what's the word? Like, it's just like a novelty. It's just like a fun thing, right? Like you don't really show it to anyone. So I think that what's transitioning now is you kind of have these DeFi projects and the Web3 projects coming out and saying, no, we want to see your credentials on chain, right? We want to see your decentralized credentials. A lot of them are even looking at, like I've seen projects tweet out, like, if you want to apply to work here, send us a link to your Etherscan, right? And we're just going to see your transactions. Like, what protocols have you interacted with? What things have you done? What NFTs do you have? What's your on-chain reputation look like? And so I definitely think now there's utility for having decentralized credentials, and being able to issue those out. Over time, that's going to be more and more looked at by these companies.
Yeah, I wanted to transition to the topic to community building and get Nibrin back in here, because that is essentially like towards the education aspect. Like you were very P2P in terms of the education, and I think community building is the core of that. So I wanted to get an idea of like what are the channels you use to do outreach, and what are the biggest hurdles towards that, and really kind of share details on how the Web3 space is different from traditional developer relations and community building. And then also something I want to talk about earlier is like the idea of different disciplines. You mentioned like fashion and other sectors coming in. It's like where are you guys reaching, and then like what type of students? And yeah, if you can kind of start that conversation.
Yeah, I mean, I'll speak to the challenges. As many folks have already experienced, kind of keeping up engagement online is incredibly hard, since there are so many different platforms to engage with folks. And I would say the biggest thing to help retain that engagement in community development is to keep active on whatever channels you use, whether that's Telegram or Slack, or even those meetups that may be virtual or in person. I think that consistency really helps breed a great group that you can learn and grow from.
Do you have any kind of different ways that you build? Because you guys are focused on women, and so how do you, like, what channels do you see that like work the best, and how is that different than just overall outreach?
Yeah, I mean, I would say that there are a very small number of women within the technology space, and it gets even smaller when we're talking about Web3 and crypto, or just blockchain in general. So I think there is a little bit of a reinforcing mechanism with that, because there are so few of us. We are a pretty tight-knit group of folks, and we tend to have accountability baked into our kind of engagement models and the meetups that we have. So I would say maybe a little bit different for us, but I think for other groups that may kind of struggle with that, having mentorship opportunities is a great way to keep that engagement going, because there is accountability kind of baked in. So yeah.
I think that one of the challenges with community building around students, especially having students as like club leaders or presidents or ambassadors for the network, is a very high turnover rate. It's like students are at university for 4 years, they're usually the club president for only 1 year. Then you have the MBA schools that are 2-year programs, and then we have some schools that are 1-year programs, like Harvard Grad School Education. Harvard Grad School of Education is a 1-year program, and so there's very high turnover rate. And we really have to have the club presidents, when they graduate, they have to tell us, who's the new president, who's the incumbent, who's the successor. And if we don't like really nurture those relationships, then a lot of the history is lost, or like the information is lost, because we've had a lot of clubs go inactive for a while because they couldn't find like a replacement president, and then they come back, a few years later. It's actually really funny because like sometimes clubs will like come back, and then we'll reach out to them and they'll say like, oh, we don't know what Ben is. Send us some more info and we'll consider joining. And then, we respond like, you guys were like literally a founding chapter of Ben, in 2014. Right? It's like the history is lost when you have students graduate, and if they don't like tell the next generation like what the history is and what resources are already available to them. We've kind of been able to remedy it by working with more professors and faculty, because the professors and faculty are there for longer periods of time. So that's kind of helped us establish sustainable, like just kind of longer term relationships with university, so we don't lose touch. But I think at the end of the day is like, you really have to care about the community, and you have to just like be willing to get on the phone with all of your ambassadors and all your region heads and all the different presidents, and kind of nurture those relationships. So you have them and you grow them. It's not something you can just have on a spreadsheet and just send out a newsletter and just be like, oh yeah, the network's doing great. It's like, no, this is very, very personal. And so you definitely want to have a big team and a lot of people working on the community management side. The community management should have like its own team of people just focused solely on that.
Is that the case? Because I see a lot of developers turning into community builders in this space. And how do you find that balance between trying to grow the community and trying to build something out? Or like how is the roles transitioning, and how are you kind of maybe recruiting people maybe from the marketing and other disciplines into the community building space to take the weight off the developers on that end?
I would say that anyone can be a community builder. It just takes that initiative. And I think having folks outside of just the development community is a great way to actually scale up and include more people into your organization. So say someone is getting into blockchain via the fashion world to make NFTs. That's a great way to have that line of folks get into your organization and continue to build that community that they can bring into that organization. So yeah, it doesn't have to be just developers or other founding members. I think having those auxiliary members is a great way to maintain the system.
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of students come in as, and they think that because they're not technical or they're not developers, that they don't really have a place in blockchain, or that it's not for them, which is not the case at all, right? Like we have tons of students, and I've seen so many people get involved in the space. They're not coders. They're either studying art, or graphic design, or community management, or marketing, business, law school students, MBA students, and crypto is a really, really nice industry because there's something for everyone. If you're studying governance, or if you're studying politics or studying economics, you can go into tokenomics. If you're studying governance, law, and regulations, you can go into regulation. You can work in the crypto space on that, or at least contribute to those discussions. Now everything with NFTs, you can come in as an artist or as a fashion designer, and now you have a place too. So like NFTs, and then yeah, sure, like for developers is also really, really good. Like Solidity, starting salaries for Solidity developers are like higher than the average, more higher than you'd get as like a front end engineer or back end, or even like a full stack engineer. So definitely great opportunities for every kind of student, but you don't have to be technical. I think that the community management jobs themselves are really fulfilling, and they also, in the crypto space, they're very important.
Yeah, I wanted to introduce Angelo from BuildDAO, and they're a global co-working DAO, and I think he has a kind of unique perspective on what we talked about earlier about community building, education, and DAOs all wrapping together. So if you want to introduce yourself, Angelo.
Yeah, hi everyone. Super grateful to be here. I'm a veteran turned fintech operator for the last 4 years, and actually just recently launched what we're building at Build. It's build underscore. And basically it's a global co-working DAO. We're taking a community first, real estate second approach to co-working. So similar to, there's a lot of inspiration was taken from the works of a 16Z investor called Balaji Srinivasan. If you're familiar with his work, you'll see a lot of overlap there with building a digital community first and then occupying kind of physical real estate. And so, to that point about there being something for everybody, like our project in particular is will not really be extremely technically intensive. It's more going to be kind of since we're going to be securing in real life assets, like that's going to be the heavy lift. And so to Eric's, to echo Eric's point, there really is something for everybody. Like this is not a space that's just for developers. I mean, the biggest part for ours will actually be that community aspect, because that's going to be the momentum that carries it into occupying physical spaces. There's another DAO that we're going to have an AMA on in a few weeks, and they're called Kraus House, and their whole mission as a DAO is to buy a majority stake in an NBA team, which is awesome. It's Kraus. It's and then just house with 2 words, and then I think it should show up. I think there's an E also at the end of Kraus, the way they say it. It might just be, there it is. Yeah. So this is, they're not building a new protocol or anything. There's a lot of off-the-shelf structures for building, for starting a DAO. And so while there will always be, some technical aspects of it, this is 90% of the effort they're going to be doing is more media-based, getting more members so that they can get more funding to actually buy the majority stake that they're trying to do. And it's the same for us. I mean, we're the more members we have, the more momentum we have to fund more spaces around the globe. And we have a big group coming in from Australia who are early contributors. We definitely want to start putting some spaces in NYC where I'm based. And but yeah, bottom line is there's something for truly everybody in the space.
Can you guys kind of explain, like, where do people find out about you? How are they usually reaching out? What are the main channels for that?
Yeah, so I mean, I would say for community building early on, since we are so early, really, it's a lot of us reaching out. One thing we have found that to be pretty successful with early growth is doing AMAs. So because there's so many different projects in the space, bringing everybody into the same kind of the same venue is a great way to kind of get the word out, because they'll spread word about you, and then you giving them a stage to talk about their project. And I think it's a great way to kind of build a community. Then the other kind of flip side of that is then you obviously want to retain that community. So keeping up the momentum of AMAs. I mean, that I would say that is the bigger challenge in the space than growth alone. Retention is really the the secret. That's the really code you want to crack when community building to get it right, because that's going to keep people coming back, and that's going to keep their attention on what you're trying to do with your community, versus the numerous others that could potentially be out there. If that makes sense.
Yeah. I also want to bring in Nirbik back out, because he was essential to building out the Polygon community, and also very community oriented through Dapp List and the Biddle program. So I wanted to get your perspective on just growth, because I mean, Polygon has grown very large in terms of their community, and you're fundamental in that.
Sure. So starting first from where to start, right? So for Polygon, because it's an infrastructure layer, so we first were focused on to onboard developers, right? So we started with hosting hackathons, organizing hackathons around the globe. We did around like 100 plus hackathons within a span of 1.5 years. And even before that, we were hosting workshops for technical people to attend them and to be a part of the community. Now, obviously, at that point, the overall infrastructure for developing or deploying a DApp wasn't there. But we were doing a lot of testnet testing with these developers, and we were actually taking feedbacks and improving it in the process. Now, there are two different things to it. One is that, let's say, if you want to build a developer community, obviously hackathons is a great place to get started with, because at hackathons there are people who get to learn about things. They get to build POCs or even kind of like first version of their products, right? Instadapp started with hackathons. Uh, 1 inch, Aave, which is ETHLend, right? Previously, it was ETHLend. It started with hackathon. So I see hackathon as a nice place if to get started with. We at Matic also did a lot of hackathons, organized hackathons, educated more people. So there were several hackathons happening in India which didn't even have blockchain track, but we actually asked all these, organizers if they can enable a blockchain track so that people get to learn about Ethereum or blockchain, right? So that was one initiative that we did heavily. Now, talking about, building a crypto community, right? It's pretty different from how you build a user base or a base of members compared to Web2, right? Because in Web2 you have different resources like doing ads and things like that, but that doesn't work when you want to build a community, right? So it has to be very inclusive in nature. You need to have people who can understand your mission values, and they are able to contribute to the product, or you need to build, as I tell people, right, that you need to build a lot of anchors to the product or to your community, right? So you need to do different activities to build those anchors, right? For the Dapp List, what we are doing is we have different kind of like content strategy at place. We are doing content for the news readers who are just looking for news for the week, right? So if you go to the dapplist.substack.com, it's a this week in Dapp series right now. People who are the Dapplist, sorry, the Dapplist.substack. So people who are looking for smaller content pieces, they get to explore. Obviously, it is all about getting in front of the users. So so we're doing a lot of content, putting in a lot of content strategy to get started, to onboard users and to build those anchors so that more people get onboarded onto our mission, right? So newsletter is one of that initiative. Second is a series which we do around different categories in blockchain. Like we call it Down the Rabbit Hole. It's a series that we do. You can find it on blog.thedappist.com. What we do over there is we bring in specific one product at a time. So we did we did it on Aave, we did it on Axie Infinity, and then we do another series which is all about different products in same categories. So we talked about marketplaces. Now, why we are doing this is very important, right? You need to educate more people. You need to bring them into ecosystem, and to do that, you need to be there when people search for it. right? So if people are looking for the content, right, like what is OpenSea, or maybe they search about what is Aave, right? So you need to be there when people search for it. And once you have it, obviously retention is one another aspect to it, but onboarding people is the first and foremost thing. Once you have people in it, you gotta retain them, right? And then that's when you do a lot of activities around the project. In crypto, it's very if you look at a normal crypto community, there are a lot of things that people do to interact and to retain these users. One is to get them involved in what you're building. Second is if you already have people who are contributing and getting involved with what you're building, the next step is you organize smaller activities like meme contest or sticker contests, hosting AMAs. A lot of people say that for us also, like we did a lot of AMAs, but another thing to it that we are now starting with is we already had the series previously, but we are starting with it again. So that will be a DApp 101 series, which will be all about basically calling up dapps and their founders to speak. We're trying to provide more stage to the people who are building, to the people who are in the Web3 space building products, right? As it aligns with our the overall theme of basically helping devs and developers, right? So that is one space, and obviously the second module, which is Biddle, right? Which you actually talked about. So Biddle is all about incubating developers and dApps and then helping them with their launch. And I'm not talking about token launch. I'm talking about product launches, which is different. I don't see much of product launch being happening or being supported. So that is one space, and this is what I figured out very early on, that there are a lot of developers who are where a team can be of one person who's actually developing the product. The idea could be massive, but the support is definitely required. So we are building this incubator um, to bring in people to read about, basically to get to participate in it, to learn. So we will have mentoring sessions for these developers and people who are part of community. They get to learn about how they can structure their company, how they can market it, where to market, when to market, right? And obviously after that, they will go through a product launch. And for this, this particular initiative, which is Biddle, we are doing a lot of hackathons. We are organizing, smaller meetups. So we are coming up with something very recently. We are announcing NFT Week, which will be a week-long event to onboard more developers into the ecosystem, to see how people can contribute and get to be a part of it, right? So those are the things that we are trying to do. As I said before, right, you need to build a lot of anchors to see what works and what doesn't work for you. It's not same as Web2, where you can probably put out an ad on Google AdWords, or probably do an ad on Twitter or Facebook to gain followers. It's completely different. It's more than ads, right? It's community, it's the people. So basically to bring them in your community, you need to have those anchors out, so that whenever people are searching for something specific, they get to see about it, right? So that is the thing that we are doing, and that's what I've been doing previously as well at Matic, right? So we did a lot of things, a lot of AMAs. We did content. We wrote a lot of content actually. There was one specific series that we did at Matic, was 10 days of Matic, which was all about technical content being published. Obviously, some community related content as well, which brought a lot of people inside the community, and they got interested. We did the write-ups around Plasma. We wrote the content about Plasma predicates, right? So content strategy is one big part for I believe that for building a Web3 community, and distribution then, right? So you need to build those anchors, build the content, and build those anchors, spread it out, and see what works for you, and then bring in more people and keep on doubling down on it.
Yeah, and so I keep on hearing the idea of like, all right, AMAs, developing content, reaching out, doing a lot of educational events, and that's one of the advice I got like coming on in is not to do traditional marketing, not to do AdWords, but really,
Yes,
focus on this education and providing meaningful
exactly.
content. So, getting maybe a perspective from Gabrielle, Eric, and Angelo is like, what are the ways that you guys are actively like, are companies sliding into your DMs? Are you sliding into their DMs? Like, how is like the nature of like cross collaboration in the Web3 space changed and been kind of a pivotal for the community building?
I mean, like I was mentioning earlier, like, I think it's definitely correlated to the size. So early on, it's a lot more outreach to other people's DMs, and honestly, probably most fruitfully in other other people's Discord servers. I think in the Web3 space, that seems to be that's pretty much the foundational starting point for getting these things going. It's just a lot more organic communication there. And then, the early reception we got was honestly, I had the open source white paper. That's what we published not too long ago. And that was actually, took some time to get it into a good place, but that's what was, getting the right reception rather than, starting, I think making sure that everything is clear about what you're doing. I've seen some DAOs do it on like a Notion board where it's just like, vision, mission, how we're doing it. And I think those are the things, because you want to give people something to also reference when they're talking about this with other people offline. So ensuring that there's that kind of level of consistency with the message of what you're doing, how you're doing it, who you're looking to bring on is pretty critical. So, and you can splice and dice that content across, all the mediums. I think it never hurts to have it on more. Like for example, with the AMAs, like we could essentially, record those on a screen recorder and then put that as a YouTube video as well as a podcast. I don't think we're going to do that up front, but just making sure you're getting the most out of each content so that you can, put it out through the different distribution channels.
And yeah, any other comments on this? I wanted to actually like talk about it specifically, what Build is doing, and kind of any relation like CityDAO or any of those projects, or you want to explain that?
Yeah, CityDao is great. We've chatted with them. I'm also a member of their group. They had a pretty good launch of early members. I think some of the people who were involved early already had a decent reach on Twitter and with other like investor networks, so that always helps. So I think the thing you want to be careful with there is like, if you do have a large following, like that's awesome. Just make sure it's a great leverage point. But just I think, and we're taking a pretty deliberate approach about this, is like we don't really want to flood our community like with like too fast. Like we want to make sure that we're tailoring every little aspect of the digital community to make sure that it matches what we're trying to do, and that takes time. And I think CityDAO did a great job of kind of doing both. Getting people in at a fast clip, as well as keeping the momentum. So they have community calls every Wednesday, and those are pretty engaging. Yeah, but I do think I do value the importance of like growing at a like a measured pace rather than if I had to say the main thing is just like making sure that a retained member is much more powerful than a than a larger volume of members, because those retained members are the ones who are going to be talking about it when they're out with friends and elsewhere online, and so I think that's probably the most important piece to get right up front. We also go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, and I just wanted to kind of segue into the NFT part, which is the next topic, and kind of we're in OpenSea and whatnot, and a lot of y'all are collectors as well. I know Eric's an NFT collector. Or curator, and I wanted to bring those on. I think is Mr. LeDrop WithCheese here, and Joseph Dunn by chance, or Zach Casey.
Yeah, I'm here.
I'm also
awesome.
here. Yeah.
Awesome. If you don't mind introducing yourselves and kind of your exposure towards NFTs and getting into that game. Yeah, Joseph,
Are
you
you
want to start?
talking to me, LeDrop?
Yeah. I just know you as Mr. Cheese, actually. So yeah.
I can get the viewer if you want.
Yeah, if you can give it a brief intro in the space. I think you're heavy into like the degen stuff like that. I'm hearing a little bit of an echo. Oh, awesome.
I mean, I'm ready for this. I live out of what I do, So I'm LeDrop WithCheese. My actual name, as you can see, is Joseph Dunn. I've been involved in the NFT space and metaverse since I would say the beginning of this year. I'm an avid collector. My claim to fame is that I'm a celebrity NFT blogger. So I basically rate every single NFT drop, or not every single one, because there's thousands weekly now, but I try to rate all of the ones that are important or that are of interest, ones to stay away from. A lot of my reviews are very candid and sometimes scathing, but the reality is I have a very good comprehension of how cryptocurrency integrates with the NFTs, the utility and the trends toward more utility in NFTs, and how the industry is progressing as a whole.
Awesome. And let's get an intro before we start taking a deep dive. And there's a little bit of echo on your side, by the way, but let's get it from oh, okay. I thought LeDrop and Joseph were different people the way I was messaged, but yeah, Eric's already here. Is Zach here by chance?
Yep. What's going on?
Yeah, how you doing, Zach? You want to introduce yourself and also kind of your exposure to NFTs?
Yeah, doing well, guys. Appreciate you having this and hosting this today. I guess more of my experience was I was pretty early in the whole ICO craze. A few years ago, I was actually starting my own startup. We were creating a social rideshare app for college students, and we were actually looking to go the ICO route right before the SEC kind of got in and started kind of shooting those down. A few of my good friends actually were successful with that. Jeremy at Augur, pretty well connected with that project. The guys at Hello Friend, as well as guys at Rally Road, they were really doing some cool stuff and actually working directly with the SEC. Currently involved in 2 projects around NFTs. One is a buddy of mine who's hosting his on OpenSea. And then still really involved in the community. I've got a few of my own startup projects I'm working on, but really keeping up to date and trying to see where this next phase is going to go. I think the DeFi community is just kind of starting now, and I see a lot of promise with NFT, but I'd like to see a little bit more about how they're going to kind of be marketed moving forward, and how much of it's hype and how much of it is going to have a lot of utility moving into like the next, in the next century of digital assets.
So what do y'all think about generative art? Like what type of art do you guys like, or what type of guys like what are you curating?
So I personally collect physical art, like abstract cubism and surrealism, a lot of like contemporary stuff I collect. I think the big value in the future, obviously with any art, is going to be the scarcity of it, and then I think we're going to see a lot more higher volume frequency of trading art. Obviously, like a lot of us here are probably familiar with the idea of virtual wallets in the future, where you can, finance off a piece of an asset that you had. You can have a whole collection of digital coins and assets from your car, your house, all the way to different pieces of art and collectibles. I'm curious to think what everyone thinks about, the legitimacy of some of these, though, just with how many are being pushed out.
What about you, Mr. Cheese, and also Eric? I kind of want to also see what's in your wallet in terms of NFTs.
I agree with a lot of what Eric just said. He said that he collects actual tangible art. I'm the same way. But my strategy for collecting tangible art is solely based on access to valuable pieces at different thrift stores, estate sales. So I started doing that like 10 years ago. I collected tangible art that I just liked. And then I started Googling, oh, who is this artist? This looks like a signature. And then that kind of projected me into getting really good deals at places, especially like those estate sales. But then wanted to start creating art that I could sell, and NFTs came around, and I kind of just started buying and selling other people's NFTs. I created a couple of different collections. I currently have a company that I just founded with an NFT attorney. So two of us are 1-2 combo, where we're basically with a lot of different artists and celebrities, and not just get one crappy on-rareable or open sea of one edition like a Floyd Mayweather, but really just, if with visitors right now, he does things that are outrageous. His music is out of this world, and he needs to be everywhere in the member. He has no idea how to do it. And we're both Chicago guys, and he's in part of my Goons collection. So our job is to fully bring him into the metaverse so he can maximize his exposure, and the message he has is so strong with racial inequality. He grew up in Chicago and narrates that story extremely well. Getting a little off tangent here, however, the big picture of it is everything is going to be an NFT with some level of utility, like Eric was alluding to earlier, from houses to cars. Every corporation is building something on some blockchain technology right now, and is trying to leverage NFTs as well to engage their customers. And I think that NFT equals customer engagement is how the future is going to be.
Yeah, and so like what do you think of right now we see a lot of picture-based stuff. What do you think about different mediums like images and videos and just traditional media that's not like actual physical assets tied to the NFT?
I think that the future, I guess I said this on the other day, virtual augmented reality is way cooler than reality. So I see NFTs going down the path of augmented and virtual reality. Snapchat and other companies like Instagram are entering the NFT realm with AR, or just, kind of entering that space in their own capacity. So it's just a really exciting time to be part of the NFT industry. And if you want to be successful, you got to engage the community, because ultimately your pals are going to be buying your stuff and you're going to be buying theirs, and we're all going to ape together, as they say.
Yeah, I think to add to that, if you look at like large public companies like Facebook, I think almost a third of their workforce now is working on some type of AR or VR. And I mean, if you look at the gaming community alone, just the areas you can apply NFTs and digital art is kind of endless. So aside from creating these virtual rooms and worlds to engage in, you can sell obviously digital weapons or digital, assets that within the game give you a leg up. And I think the gaming community more than anywhere is going to be the highest demand for these kinds of things. And then we might even see, low cost, high frequency sales more than the high ticket items that we see selling today. So I think there's a lot more likelihood that we see cheaper NFTs come out that are quickly iterated and expanded on, that don't have as much value outside of these video games, but have a ton of, value inside of them.
And so like what, in terms of business use cases, aside from the curation and the artistic part about about just valuing NFTs art, like what are the major, you mentioned real estate and especially with CityDAO, but what are like you think the next adoption, or for kind of institutional adoption of NFTs, other than the art aspect?
Sure, I can talk about this first. So one of my colleagues is Tom Mazzone. He's the CEO of Suite, and he likes to tell me little pieces of information that I hopefully tell the metaverse to kind of allude to what is going on in his plan, but also in the big picture of NFTs. So what a couple of fast food restaurants, we're talking international chains, are currently working on are NFTs that you can peel off the back of a cup and get a free whatever, if it's an actual tangible food item for next time, or if it's just some sort of a digital collectible. Basically the bottom line is the fast food industry is really trying to leverage NFTs to engage their customers more in the metaverse because they don't really have a presence. So that's one avenue of a large industry that's trying to use this technology.
Yeah, and honestly, your connection is breaking up a little bit, so maybe turning off the video. I don't think they can handle the cheese right now. But yeah, and so I'm also just showing kind of, I found an open source like a gallery for spatial art if anyone wants to make like a VR. There's existing repos out there, and I want to know like, aside from the collection side, on the creation side, like what tools do you use to create NFTs? I showed Minterium and Mint NFT today as easy ones, but like what are the NFT as a service, or like, we have DAO as a service, but what's the NFT as a service tools you guys use? Does anybody?
Okay, so are you referring to like a full outsourced solution, or just do I use, or what would an artist use to create, like from a beginner's perspective?
Yeah, like it's like I've been literally telling people about NFTs before they blew up, and they're like, I don't know how to do that, and it's like there is like the difference between the artist and the developer, and so what tools can artists use to streamline, or even if I'm an enterprise and I have a collection of assets that I want to turn into digitized space, is there any like NFT as a service tools that maybe on the enterprise level? I'm not sure. I haven't explored that, but I was just wondering if you guys had any alpha regarding that.
Right. Yeah, I wasn't aware of any like enterprise NFT as a service companies out there at the moment. However, I use a number of different programs. Some of the NFTs that I have listed or have sold have been created in Microsoft Paint. Some have been GIFs on Jiffy. Some have been photographs that I've edited through Photoshop. So it's as elementary or as futuristic as you want. Some people use some video editing software that Steven Soderbergh uses to make movies on his iPhone. So it's really any tech, and even non-traditional, like, or traditional as opposed to tech, whereas you're just drawing on a piece of paper and you have 20 doodles and you're like, I think I see value in these doodles to me, I think someone else might, then you just want to simply get a wallet and upload them to an appropriate marketplace. And I think that's probably the question you want to ask is, which marketplace do I upload my NFTs? Because there are hundreds of marketplaces now that I can't even keep up with anymore, you know, and oftentimes some of them have one NFT drop and then they disappear. So choosing the right marketplace is a very important question that requires a lot of, you know, due diligence. But if you're in the NFT community on Twitter, you'll understand that everyone kind of uses the same platforms for similar styles of art and quantities that they want to sell.
And so like what are those top marketplaces, and also how does like copyright play into that? Because so some people on the team, they're working on a developing art where they might not have the rights to, and they're exploring looking at white label and boilerplate NFT marketplaces to put out their own content. So like which ones are leading marketplaces? How do you decide? And then what are kind of the regulations or things that would lead to people making their own marketplaces?
Yes. Well, if you're looking to start a collection of 10,000 unique one-of-one items, like a lot of people are doing in companies and groups, OpenSea is by far the #1 most popular. It is definitely not the cheapest because of the gas fees, but collection, you have to do it on OpenSea. If you have a Genesis piece where you're talking a few one-of-ones or just one-of-one, then you go to a more high-end marketplace like a Super Rare or Maker's Place or Foundation. Those are 3 that are very good for those one-of-ones that you want to, you know, you have a named art or maybe you don't, but you at least want to get an account in one of those 3 high-end ones. And then if you're super artsy and you don't really have a lot of money and you just want to try it out, I would recommend HEN. It stands for, I don't speak French, but it's HICETNUNC. There you go. So this marketplace specifically runs off of Tezos. Their ticker symbol is XTZ. And the gas fees to mint on this site are pennies, and to purchase are typically 20 cents or less in my personal experience. And if you page up there, go to my collections, and you'll see that I have collected probably hundreds of different items from other artists that literally I've paid, you know, I would say my average cost per NFT in my collection here is probably $5 or less.
Wow, yeah, and also OpenSea is on Polygon, but it's kind of been bugging to be honest lately. But yeah, you can mint for cheap, and then for your own collection. I showed out a little bit earlier today, but yeah. Or have you ever looked into like deploying your own marketplace?
I've evaluated it, and my business partner, I don't want to go down that route. It's just there's a lot of work involved in tech that is beyond what we are familiar with, and I think that the best marketplaces are going to just kind of float to the top, and most of them are going to crash and burn. You know, like Gary Vee says, you know, 98% of the NFTs out there are going to be useless. It's the 2% that, you know, that you have to search for amongst the thousands and thousands of collections out there that will actually be of value in the future.
So have you looked into like team solutions like Party Bid or maybe even like curation forums as a way of like pooling together with your community to buy NFTs? Or are you like solely like a singular NFT copper?
I haven't looked at group solutions, but I know, to be honest with you, I'm like 41 years old. So I am, I know the younger kids nowadays, they are all about like crowdsourcing and decentralized everything. And I appreciate it, honestly. Like, I love it. But as a collector, I don't want to share my NFTs with anyone. And if it costs me not getting a piece of a CryptoPunk, I'm okay with that because I can probably figure out what the next one is anyways. And that's just how I think personally, though.
So would you ever take a loan out on your NFT? Because I know Aave is about to add that feature, being like a digital pawn shop. Would you ever like put up your favorite NFT when times get tough to to take a loan out on that?
If it was something of high value, like we're talking maybe 10 ETH or more, yeah, I would absolutely consider getting out a loan on it, definitely. But if it's, most collectors nowadays in this space have 100, 200 NFTs of value. So it would just be a matter of selling a dozen NFTs to get like, 20 either thing. So it's definitely a viable option in the future. Absolutely.
So what do you think about those fractionalized NFT? Because I was hearing like the rocks and the pebbles, like someone taking to eat the rocks and breaking it down to pebbles. Have you guys looked at taking current NFTs and breaking them up, whether it's in a fungible way or a non-fungible way, or have you seen anything interesting in that regard?
I am familiar with the opposite of that, where there are groups where they want one piece of art from 5 or 10,000 artists and to put it together in a collage and sell it at once. And I'm part of a couple of those, but as far as what you're talking about, they're mimicking a strategy that they've been using the past few years in another industry of collectibles, where if you want to buy a pair of Jordans and it's $20,000, they'll sell fractionalized pieces, as well as sports cards. Like a lot of those older baseball cards have hundreds of thousands of dollars of value, and they'll sell off bits and pieces of it.
And so like for the everyday artists, like NFT sales aren't really that, like not necessarily that profitable. So what would you recommend for artists who do want to make those big sales, who don't really have too much of a following, but like what would you recommend?
Well, I'd recommend first not thinking about the big daunting task of making a ton of money very quickly, because if that's all you're thinking about, it kind of clogs up your ability to just take the first step. And that is really the most important part, is list 1 or 2 pieces of art and tell people it's a collection, and don't tell them how many pieces it is yet, because that's oftentimes the way it goes, or the number changes as you progress in your collection availability to your fans or whatever. But just start with a few items and say that you're starting a collection of stuff that you really care about, and tell people on Twitter and Instagram and post the 2 or 3 items that you started off with, and just create a following that way on a very grassroots micro kind of way, and then things just blossom from there. Because what's selling, to be honest with you, and most artists will agree with me, is it really isn't so much about the actual art piece in which you are selling to the world. What matters is your behavior on Twitter and how you interact with all the other artists in the NFT community. So if all these artists really like your comments and you're like, hey, this is an awesome new piece from this guy over here, I own one, you should get in on the community, and this is kind of your attitude all day, people are going to start noticing that you're a really good person to have be a member of their collection, and they're going to want to support you, even if you only have 2 or 3 pieces out of thousands that you want to create eventually. Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, I'm peeping the kind of standards, like I never, like for the ERC 721, which is like commonly like known as the NFT. Is there anything like that, if you were to redesign the standard, that you would, or make new kind of standards, like what would you add to that? I know in one consensus group we were talking about like adding an archived or like function to see whether, if like, I know some artists are doing paintings and they're like burning the painting live and then just like having it as a digital version. Like in terms of like supply chain logistics, we were talking about like maybe adding an archived attribute to see whether it exists in real life, or there was like a real life proof of burn, or I'm just trying to kind of brainstorm whether there's something that's like lacking in a standard, or the option for any future standards to build a more use cases. Is this, anyone, have they looked into this, or kind of any standards to represent art and other digital assets?
I'm not too familiar. I know what you're talking about. I've seen a number of artists burn their work and just sell them as NFTs. But I think your question was asking me if there's anything else in the industry that I thought could have been different or should have been different in the beginning. Yeah, everyone should have been on a gas-free open marketplace, so none of us artists are paying, like literally I bought a piece earlier today that cost, it was 0.01 ETH, but I paid 0.02 in ETH in gas fees just to get that 0.01 piece. But that doesn't make any sense. I'm gonna twice the tax for the item that I want to purchase. No sensible human thinks that way. This isn't a sensible industry. This is the metaverse, where if you want to rake and make money, you have to be willing to pay that, understanding that what you actually sell that for, or the valuation of the NFT that you purchased, paying that high of tax, ultimately will be tenfold in value in a month or 2 months. So that's, I wish we could have all been on a cheap marketplace, I guess, is what they should have done better in the first place. But I see that OpenSea is trying to convert to Matic, and, it's, like you said, it's glitchy, but I have hope for the future that all artists that want to make some level of money and be part of the community will be able to do so successfully.
Yeah, and there are kind of other solutions, L2 solutions, Binance, Harmony, Polygon, they got DGen Ape Academy came on Solano. Solano has this like boilerplate code called Metaplex. You can actually deploy your whole NFT storefront, host it on GitHub pages of yourself. And yeah, there's a lot of other kind of cheaper solutions. I'm pretty sure we were looking at to mint an MP3 like a couple days ago with like 50 cents per, and I was mentioning earlier, I meant like 30 certificates for like 2 cents on Polygon, and you can put it on OpenSea off Polygon too. So that's also cheap if you guys are looking for solutions like that. The only trade-off though is like, I feel like that's why a lot of the prices were hyped in the beginning. Like if I'm paying $100 for gas, I should be spending a rack or two on the actual art piece, and that might have contributed to the initial hype. And that's when people are deciding which marketplaces and which chains to do it. It's like, yeah, you can put on a cheap chain, but the customers could also be like pretty stingy with their bread as well. So how do you figure out that compromise of like paying the gas fees to get on those marketplaces where the whales are at, versus choosing a cheap solution and not having as broad of a customer base?
I would tell someone to not choose. What I mean by that is when I have an artist come up to me and say, I don't know anything about NFTs, what should I do? I typically tell them, you need to put your art everywhere you can within your budget is the most real advice. So start on the cheaper marketplaces. Don't go all in on one, assuming that that marketplace is going to succeed and you have all your best artwork sitting on one marketplace that is, you're at the will of their success. You want to put them on the places where the marketplaces are actually generating revenue first within your budget. So maybe put 2 or 3 pieces on 2 or 3 marketplaces just to start. Don't get overwhelmed. And then as you progress in this space, start making a little money or whatever, then you want to start purchasing into the larger collection. But the stats that you're pulling up right here is what you want to look at. So if you're noticing some of these big gains, the big percentage jumps in a short period of time, when people see that, it's more competitive. And to collect, it's difficult because you have to be able to compete quickly with your clicking to purchase the said NFT against X amount of people, oftentimes on different platforms. So you want to enter a raffle on Discord sometimes. You want to just straight up do a gas war where the creator releases 3 items. Whoever buys them first, even though the gas fee is $150, it doesn't matter because the collection's rising. So there's also a number of ways that you want to be able to be good at purchasing before you kind of try and get in on it.
Yeah, this reminds me when I was trying to finesse cheap computers on eBay, and it's like that bidding mentality. It's taken back to like the early internet. I wanted to switch to the topic to institutional adoption. I think Shaylee from ConsenSys is here, but like I think it's a good segue. You know, Visa recently, I think, copped for 150K the CryptoPunks, and they put that as a billboard, and that was a huge surprise to have, like, payment processor, one of the leading and the benchmark for TPS really for invest in a CryptoPunk. That's kind of wild, and I wanted to see what institutions was thinking about NFTs and just also kind of blockchain adoption in general. So if Shelly's here, if you want to introduce yourself and tell a little bit about your background.
Sure. Hi, everyone. I'm Shaylee Adnolfi from ConsenSys. Have been with ConsenSys for about 3 years, working on sales and advisory, work a lot on payments and CBDCs, but also working with different layer 2s and on NFT related opportunities. Prior to that, I worked on USAID funded projects in mobile payments, RTGS systems, things like that. Nice to be here. Am I the only one on the panel?
I think for now, I think there's also Mattias that was here, but he hasn't come in yet. But yeah, I wanted to ask you basically like what is in, like, how much time do you spend like kind of onboarding enterprise, like, customers, but then also like what are they interested in the most? Like, are you seeing?
Sure. So for enterprise customers, we used to talk, 2 years ago, 3 years ago about enterprise, like the private permissioned chains, so like Quorum. But now I think many enterprises are starting to see the value in operating on public chains, and they're keeping up with what's happening on layer 2s. You have just better educated customers coming to us with like detailed scopes. They've done their pilots, they've done their research, and they're ready to go to production. So, as you mentioned just now, Visa, MasterCard, PayPal, all of them have had a lot of press on their ambitions in the crypto space, even Amazon. So all the major like payment and e-commerce players are kind of trying to figure out what their role is going to be in this emerging ecosystem. You also have banks, right, that are looking at digital assets. You have Bitcoin ETFs. You have people filing for ETH ETFs. So I think it's a lot of different. There are a lot of opportunities, and obviously security is always at the top of their mind. Then scalability, the privacy features, a lot that come along with the enterprise grade solutions. And obviously cost, right? It costs more to build a consortium on a private chain. So you have to evaluate what the costs and benefits are going to be and what you're going to get out of that solution versus building on a public chain, where we are often trying to talk to our customers about.
So like, what are they like? How do they? You mentioned like security as being one of the biggest points. How do they feel about like things like the Poly network hack and like these big these kind of really degen case studies that are appearing at them, and like how do you guys kind of ensure security or like how does that affect their overall impression in terms of enterprise?
Yeah, that's a good question. It definitely comes up in conversations, but we talk about the fact that there are like 5 to 6 really strong AML type of solutions and network monitoring solutions on the market that are being used pretty widely and globally across chains. We talk about the fact that the hacker gave back funds pretty quickly and you were able to detect what happened. So with a lot of these, so we kind of bring to light like all the case studies, all the hacks, all the theft that has happened and the outcomes. And a lot of times, you're able to trace like digital currency transactions better than you are fiat transactions, right? Commercial banks have like some of the big ones have 1,000 people per bank working on AML. And nowadays you can just do it with a few people and some of the AML tools that are out there on the market for crypto. So I think it's a different mindset. There will continue to have to be education on this topic. And we in the sector need to do a better job of smart contract security audits and just looking at security at every level of our solutions.
And so you mentioned you specialize in like also CBDCs. Like, where is that coming from? Is that coming from enterprise consulting governments, or is that coming from governments wanting to find a solution and putting out like proposals and then people jumping on it? Because I've been hearing about like the most craziest like kind of nation states looking into central banking digital currencies, and I just want to know what was happening on the back end.
Yeah, I mean, it's not crazy nation states. It's actually, so I think a lot of the hype around CBDC started in 2017 when like Facebook, or 2018 when Facebook talked about Libra and central banks started getting scared because, Facebook would have been the largest like currency reserve if that were to come to fruition. They've changed their structure to what is now Diem, but central banks have also become much smarter in blockchain technology. And you can't say all parts of government everywhere are smart on these things, right? They're not. We saw that in what happened with the infrastructure bill that was just came up in the US. But so there's still a lot of education that has to be done. But I guess with central banks, 80% of them are researching or piloting CBDCs, and you have ConsenSys alone has worked with 10 central banks and their banking consortia or different providers. So Hong Kong, France, Thailand, Australia, they're looking at and more. They're looking at wholesale banking, retail, cross-border. They're looking at a lot of different use cases. Some for financial inclusion, Some are doing it because of the decline in cash in those countries. Some are doing it to keep up with what's happening, the pace of innovation that's happening in the crypto space. And they're looking at stable coins. And they're like, wow, we either have to catch up or figure out how to regulate this and just use it. And I think that's what's going to happen. I mean, there is no doubt that stable coins have to have some sort of like regulatory oversight soon. I mean, they already do, but they're just going to be out there and continue to be widely adopted.
Yeah, and the only reason why I bring up crazy nation states is because like we got people from Bangladesh and they straight ban crypto, but we were talking to some people in space. They're funding blockchain projects and starting to do it from the IT ministry, and the same people were telling me they were lobbying for CBDCs. I'm like, what? Like if they're lobbying for that on that, yeah.
I mean, it's control, right? It's because over CBDCs, they have better control and oversight. And with crypto, they don't have as much. And that's their concern.
Is it on
I
chain?
think that's what governments are concerned about, is the monitoring and oversight of, it's monetary policy. At the end of the day, do they have control over monetary policy in their state? But I think the world is changing, right? We live in a space where you can send social, you could technically send social payments with the click of a button through like WhatsApp if the government would let you, right? That's already happening in China through WeChat. So it's just the regulations have to and governments need to catch up and understand what's happening and regulate it rather than crush it.
Are they looking towards, because I hear CBDCs, like are they looking towards like on chain or like off chain when they're looking at these solutions? Because I can never tell whether it's like gonna be like actually on a blockchain or not.
Probably both. They're looking at all kinds of technology. I think you might have seen that China is using a DLT based solution. But the banks that we've worked with were working in a private permission blockchain environment. So it is on chain.
And so like you mentioned regulations, like and I'm kind of scared about this because like off-ramping, a lot of people are looking at on-ramp solutions and not too much off-ramp solutions, and just to onboard a lot of money. And I'm kind of concerned about KYCing and regulations toward DeFi protocols, and if there's anything like that in the works or regulators are looking towards, or if you got any wind of that.
Yeah, I think, excuse me, to bring on institutional investment into the space, there will already be KYC'd chains that, I mean, because people will, if they're putting a decent amount of money into your protocol, they want some assurances. I mean, that is natural, right? But I think that like we have with payments, in many countries, you can have tiered KYC and for financial inclusion or for maybe small value transactions or whatever, maybe you don't need the KYC or you need a lower level of KYC. I think there can be tiers to this similar to what we do today.
And yeah, I think Madison just joined us to end here. So if you want to introduce yourself here. The topic is institutional adoption.
Yeah, absolutely. My name is Madison. I work as a DeFi market strategist at ConsenSys. I help strategize around our products and how they can appeal to institutional audiences.
And yeah, so on that, like how would you rebrand like a DeFi degen product? And like, I want to kind of pick your brain on the process. Like, how do you turn something from DeFi degen, Web3 metaverse, and then like rewrap it up for an institutional like pitch? Like, what would be your process for that?
It's a great question, and it's going to depend on what sort of institutional subgroup we're pitching to. So there's a wide variety of institutions, but let's talk about two really broad buckets here. which are the crypto native institutions and non-crypto native institutions. So when I say crypto native institutions, I'm talking about the Genesises of the world, which is a brokerage firm. I'm talking about the BlockFis, which is the centralized lending platform that also manages their own book and has to effectively generate yield to then be distributed to retail depositors. Then you have the more traditional financial institutions. You think about JP Morgan and Citigroup. They have their own wealth management groups. They have their own product teams. They have their own asset management businesses. And so really thinking about who you're creating the product for and what are the needs for that specific institutional client is very important. So let's talk about a product that hasn't been done that I think will be incredibly valuable. There is a rising demand for specifically exposure to DeFi. I can give you anecdotal evidence of speaking with some of the largest banks out there, talking about how their hedge fund clients are asking for ways to gain exposure to DeFi. And I could cite surveys where, 30% of traditional hedge funds have mentioned that they're interested in getting DeFi exposure the next year, or something around those statistics. It's probably not a perfect quotation, but around that idea. And so, how do we create products? What are the products that are out there that allows these sorts of the end user, which is a hedge fund, to gain access to DeFi that also passes these sort of compliance teams of the major banks that will also kind of help serve those hedge funds today. As I said before, the JP Morgan, Citigroups, et cetera. So first you want to look at the products that are out there. Most of these products are charging at least 2.5%, a 3% management fee. When you think about something like Bitwise or Grayscale is developing a DeFi oriented product, and most of them are done in a wrapper that is much more akin to a traditional closed-end fund than a native token wrapper. And there's a lot of benefits to utilizing a native token wrapper, specifically the efficiency. You can dramatically lower costs, and the rebalancing is a lot more transparent. It can constantly, the redemptions can occur on a, any time you need on a minute-by-minute basis if you so choose, versus on one of these closed-end products, the redemption schedules vary quite dramatically. And so how do you design a product that takes inspiration from existing products like DeFi Pulse Index, that is a tokenized version of a DeFi index fund, and create the infrastructure that then allows, number one, the institutions to get comfortable, like JP Morgan, et cetera, with that product itself, and then it is also marketable to the end user of the hedge funds. So that's a good example of the type of stuff that I'm thinking about on a daily basis.
Are they are any institutions looking to participate into so for the DeFi Pulse Index in particular, like the index coup is the one who decides the allocations of it. So are they looking into participating as an enterprise inside of a DAO to like in any kind of DeFi community, or is that like an unexplored area?
No, so I'll tell you the who are. The crypto funds are increasingly going to be, and they're starting. You've seen it happen with Uniswap. You saw it actually, the best example I can think of, it was on Aave, and Aave was looking to add Barnbridge to their lending markets, and a bunch of venture capital investors, crypto fund institutions, and Saffron, which is a competitor to Barnbridge, effectively organized to vote down the proposal on Aave's governance to add Barnbridge to their lending markets, right? So it's starting to happen from the crypto fund native institution side. I would say Andreessen Horowitz is pretty active, though I wouldn't call them the most vocal. Arca is very active, and I would say that they're very vocal. They take more of an activist approach. I think you'll see that increase dramatically in the coming months and years. I think that'll be a very big theme. I think it'll be very much akin to the activist investors of the 70s, 80s, and a little bit in the 90s, like Carl Icahn and Warren Buffett did some activist campaigns as well, and many others. I think that sort of model is going to come into crypto governance in the immediate future. Now, when you talk about traditional hedge funds, you know, when I gave that 30% number, those are just interested in getting exposure to DeFi. They're not at the education level quite yet. And the banks that I've spoken with have specifically said, look, these hedge funds don't even know about the idiosyncratic differences or don't have conviction enough to bet on the different idiosyncratic differences between the DeFi protocols, but they do want generalized exposure to DeFi, which is why that index-oriented product makes more sense for that specific market. But one of the things we do is I actually, with a couple of my team members, we write a weekly governance newsletter specifically covering all the governance actions, all the proposals, what do they do, why are they important, what's the impact, and we send that out now to about 115 of the top crypto funds and top crypto brokerage firms, and the amount of engagement we get on that particular piece of content and the amount of open rates and read rates is much higher than some of our other pieces of content. And the reason for that is those crypto funds are really actively engaging on how they can participate in governance in order to generate alpha for themselves. Right, historically, I would say the crypto teams and the funds have very much acted like a voting bloc, so there hasn't been a lot of conflict. That's starting to change. I believe that in the future, funds will be looking to kind of increase the value that accrues to those tokens in a shorter time frame that many of the teams are comfortable with, and you'll start to see some really, really big governance debates coming into play.
But they're not looking to so that's engaging in existing DAOs within existing protocols. They're not specifically looking internally as using DAOs as a way to remotely run their organization, or have any enterprise solutions like contacted about that?
No. So obviously you have something like Melon that's out there that is doing that sort of model, and you can, you know, if you're a trader who's done really well, but you might not have the age or the background or the contacts to like really start a crypto fund, which, by the way, to start a crypto fund, just from the amount of costs that you're going to have to pay, you really have to have, at this point, probably 10 to 15 million under management for you to set it up in a institutional appropriate way. So an offshore fund, an onshore fund with a fund admin, an accountant, a custodian, just to pay all those fees. From a management fee, you really need to have about 10 to 15, and it's actually increasing, you know, rather than decreasing over time. But, you know, that's the amount you need to start. So some people would go to Melon in order to kind of prove out their trading strategies, etc. I would not say, I don't know of a single like major crypto fund, so 20 million AUM plus or 50 million, 100 million, etc., that is actively considering moving the management of their fund into a DAO structure. Now, there is a couple big kind of venture DAOs, right? So there's the Lao, which was, in my opinion, the original that really did this. I guess you could say the DAO way back when, but the Lao in recent memory, recent history, is one of the major kind of investment DAOs. They've been incredibly successful. They've been investing in DeFi NFT projects for quite some time, a couple years now. That's the operators are actually Priyanka Desai and Aaron Wright. What they're doing is really, really interesting. And if you're interested in kind of that investing model, I would definitely check them out. They also started a new DAO called Flamingo DAO, which just invests in NFTs. And then you're starting to see it crop up in a couple different areas. Like you've seen Pleaser DAO, which is also investing in NFTs, and they've been collateralizing their NFTs in order to get more capital to invest. And so there are some crypto native funds being formed within this DAO structure. I would say that they are the exception rather than the rule. All the major crypto funds you can think of, Paradigm, Polychain, Block Tower, Multicoin, you know, Spartan, Three Arrows Capital, to my knowledge, and I am plugged into the community, none of them are actively considering moving to a DAO model.
Okay. Yeah, and so do you like, so you do marketing for enterprise, but does like, is it the vice versa? Does enterprise ever come to you with crypto product, and then like they want you to market it, and how does that look? And then what customer segments are they looking for?
So I do help with marketing, but I also like strategize specifically on the product development as well. So it's like, it's more, occasionally we'll have an enterprise come to us. I would say 99% of the time, they don't know what they want necessarily. JP Morgan thinks crypto is hot, and their team members now understand enough about crypto where they can talk about it in an educated way. They understand DeFi from a high level, etc. But they have and they want to give their clients, they want to figure out how to give their clients exposure to DeFi. They have no clue. And I'm using JP Morgan as an example, right? That's not a real life evidence, hypothetically. But, they have no idea how to structure a product from a market structure perspective, utilizing that blockchain tech on the back end in order to create that product that can then be distributed to their clients, right? So, most of the time they have a general idea, really big picture, and it's literally, we like DeFi or we like NFTs. Our clients want exposure to these types of categories or themes within the crypto atmosphere. We have zero clue on how to structure or get them that access. Can you help us do that? And there's a lot of steps to that, right? If you think about it, structuring the product, working with entities like Set Protocol or Index Co-op, how are they going to custody those assets, utilizing a very institutional friendly wallet infrastructure like MetaMask Institutional? How do they monitor the changing of those of the value? How do they track the NAV? You need to have market makers, because effectively these products, these index products, there have to be market makers in the background, creating the product and then breaking it down to make sure that the product itself trades in line with the net asset value and the value of the underlying. So all those types of things from the market structure requires a lot of strategy and a lot of how do these pieces fit together. And marketing is a very big role of that, helping them eventually educate the hedge funds or their end users on why this DeFi index product is better than the one that Bitwise has or the one that Grayscale has, etc. But I would say that most of the hard work actually comes around the product strategy end of it.
And so you guys have a lot of resources for like, aside from like enterprise and that element, you guys have a lot of like developer community engagement on that end. How does that like funnel into that? Because I didn't realize it till I like went to like the East Builder event. I realized like it's really a lot of collaboration. And so yeah, I wanted to kind of understand the maybe the developer to the enterprise pipeline and how you guys train developers different, like in a more kind of enterprise scope than maybe other incubators and developer programs.
Yeah, I would say specifically for the institutional market, I would say that most of the time, it's not all the time, but most of the time we are using kind of employees of ConsenSys. That being said, that's starting to change a little bit. We have a great ambassador program. We have great courses specifically on Solidity development. And over time, there have been people who have joined that ambassador program who have taken our courses that are more interested in the institutional market. So what tools can we give them? What educational materials can we give them to help get them up to speed on how to build products for that specific audience? And there's a lot of it's very analogous to the kind of DeFi market we have today, which does service a lot of retail oriented users, but there are some differences when it comes to institutional markets. I'll give you a key example. If you're a retail user, you're probably not caring about if the pools you're going into, like the lending pools or the Uniswap LP pools, if there are nefarious addresses that are within those pools. If there are addresses within those pools that have, bought drugs or sold drugs on whatever the new Silk Road is in the dark web, or that have been associated with fraud, or associated with illicit activity. Institutions do care about those sorts of questions. They want to have tools that analyze these pools in order to figure out, how much illicit activity is in these pools. If it's 1%, is, we don't want to get in. If it's 0%, then we'd be happy to get in, and setting risk parameters that way, which is what one of our products of Codify Compliance, which is now part of MetaMask Institutional, actually does. Some institutions don't even want to enter any pools that haven't been KYC'd, right? So that's why you have Aave setting up institutional only KYC permissioned pools for institutions that just want to participate in these lending pools with other institutions that are performing KYC. So each one's a little bit different in their needs and desires. And obviously there has to be new products and new tools developed in order to service them, so their compliance teams give it the thumbs up that we're willing to go in this direction. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that definitely does. That's something, especially you mentioned when you were talking about Melon, you were talking about like enzyme finance, like
Correct.
right?
Sorry, it has changed their name. I apologize.
Yeah, I also wanted to wonder specifically in that, because there was a sponsor here, and actually like that was they just came out with through the hackathon the automated trading and things like that, and that's something that like we also started a fund there, and as a way of just on chain showing our trades, but we were kind of looking out. Originally, people who wanted to invest in the fund were coming from kind of Wall Street and whatnot, and we were kind of skeptical to onboard it there because we didn't know the regulatory scrutiny or how much they would be watching the money for something that we didn't KYC for. So I was trying to get a sense of like what are their major reluctances for like things like Melon, which I mean came from like like someone from Goldman Sachs. So can you kind of explain that?
Yeah, so and I could be wrong, things could change, right? But anyone who wants to start a fund that takes money from pension funds, endowments, very large family offices, which is what that's the holy grail in the fund world, right? Funds, the largest funds in the market. Yes, they make money, and this is in the hedge fund market overall, asset management overall. You make money on that management fee of managing large amounts of assets. So the fund industry naturally moves towards what do we need to do to cater to the audience of the allocators who have the largest amount of capital, which are the pension funds, endowments, and very large family offices. And they are not going to be comfortable at this point in time using something like enzyme finance. The way enzyme could really come into play is if you want to prove your track record, start building a base, start having friends and family, start depositing into your strategies and building up an AUM base there. And then the next step would be using that evidence to then raise a more traditional fund that's set up in a way that is more institutionally friendly and growing the business from there. I can almost guarantee, and I'm sure there's some family offices that look at enzyme, but I have a feeling it's mostly high net worth individuals and retail and I doubt ultra high net worth individuals. You're gonna need some things that make it a more comfortable experience that the institutions are used to. And maybe this changes, right? We're still very early.
One thing I wanted to see from Shaylee's perspective is there's a lot of on-ramping solutions coming out. I think like Gem, MoonPay, Wire. How do you see those integrating like into DeFi solutions? Because from what MoonPay was saying, they got straight to Polygon, straight to Binance Smart Chain, and that's kind of huge in terms of gas. So I wanted to see like how that was making waves in the industry.
Yeah, I mean, I think the on-ramp solutions are really important for a quick conversion of fiat to crypto. And I think they're going to continue. And it's also like a way for payment processors to get their like the traditional payment processors and networks to be a part of the system, right? So I think those will continue. MoonPay is doing a great job. They've done some good things with NFTs. There will be more out there. And I think I think it's a good thing. And it allows institutional investors to just convert quickly.
But like the next question is like, how do I get my money out? And then like, what is because like that's kind of like when we've been approaching on how to structure businesses that deal in crypto. Like what are the common solutions? Because some it's like, all right, we make a DAO and the funds are delegated that way. And then we maybe build an organization that supports the underlying protocol, the underlying technology, but we don't direct like it's kind of I'm not too hip to in like how to actually structure. So in terms of like do enterprise organizations come to you in terms of like how do I structure an organization, or is it always like how do I add this technology to my existing enterprise?
Both. They come to us with both. So like that's why a lot of institutions are excited about USDC and stablecoins, right? Because they're using those. But Madison, you probably have a good response to this too.
Yeah, absolutely. Could you just repeat the question one more time? Because I went in and out for a quick second.
Yeah, so really like when enterprises come for like advice on like, I want to get a sense of like, what is the advice for structuring your organization to deal with crypto assets? I see a lot of nonprofit foundations supporting technologies. People are looking at like Wyoming DAOs and the LLC. I really don't necessarily know in terms of all the types of legal structuring that when you're starting off a crypto business, how it should be or what's traditionally done.
I would say when you're dealing with traditional institutions, they are not interested in structuring in that sort of format, right? So there have been a couple crypto native institutions that have specifically moved their headquarters or offices to Wyoming to take advantage of the laws in Wyoming, specifically around becoming an SPDI, which is called a special depository institution. If you're an SPDI, it exempts you. And I'm not a lawyer, right? But from my understanding, it exempts you from having to get a money transmitter license in each of the 50 states, which is something that's very difficult to obtain since each state has different money transmitter license requirements. So there have been some institutions that have moved to Wyoming. The two biggest ones I can think of is there's one called Avanti, which is a new sort of crypto bank, and then Kraken would be the one that's very recognizable. I think either like blockchain.info or blockchain Inc. or Chain Analysis. There's another one that ended up moving to Wyoming to take advantage of these laws as well. But I would say if you're interested in that, it does make a big difference. The laws in Wyoming are far more conducive to starting an organization like that. I would say that traditional institutions haven't gone that far or aren't thinking like that. They're more interested in being met where they are currently versus trying to change their structure in order to take advantage of crypto in an easier way.
So what's the litmus test for institutional like in terms of ConsenSys? Like what are the criteria for being like an institutional enterprise?
Yeah, so I wouldn't say there's like a consistent a format for that. I would say that, if it's a recognizable brand, like, or a recognizable like corporation, like Verizon or JP Morgan or BlockFi or Spartan, the crypto fund, or something like that. Those are typically the institutions, and then the custodians like Copper or what Fireblocks has done. Those would be other examples of institutions. If it's someone, if it's someone acting on their own behalf, not on behalf of clients, or aren't servicing clients, that's usually, an individual, and that individual could be, have a large amount of assets or want to do a lot, but it's just a little bit of a different market, right? Does that make sense?
Yeah. So what what are they most like? I know we talked about the concerns and security and L2 and stuff like that before you came on, but like what are institutions most scared about in crypto, and if you see like deals really falling through because of this fear or any kind of reluctance?
It's going to be different for each group, and they also, this is another thing, so the reasons that they say, you have to be you got to know these institutions, because the reasons that they say aren't always the real reasons, right? You got to really be able to read between the lines. The biggest, I would say that regulatory clarity is a big one, right? But even then, I think that the biggest impediment is institutions do not understand the market structure of how crypto works. Therefore, they can't necessarily, they don't even understand how to create financial products and distribute financial products via this new infrastructure, right? So I'll give you an example, of this regulatory question. A lot of institutions will quote the fact that, there's not enough KYC, whatever, right? And they'll say this publicly for the reasons why they aren't getting into crypto. Privately, they're, they 100% want that, but there are some institutions that are accessing DeFi now, for example, that don't have any sort of like ways to KYC the pools that they're interacting with and whatnot, right? It might be a small amount of their assets or whatever, but there are some institutions that, have decided that, they're going to risk it, whatever regulatory, whatever risk, and just start testing the waters that way. And it really comes down to other things. Like, I'll give you an example. If you're, it's fine if I'm provisioning to a Uniswap pool and, Uniswap tells me what my current balance is, right? But if you're trying to do that in like an institutional way, if you want to do that with like billions of dollars, for example, and you want to have like, tracking all that, there aren't really good tools out there for me to track, what's the historical ROI for this Uniswap pool? How has my Uniswap how has my LP share changed over time, right? How has effectively what would be called fund admin or a PMS or an OMS system, a portfolio management system or order management system in the traditional finance world, none of that exists for DeFi at this point in time. The closest thing is actually like a token tax, which does it for tax purposes, but it's not built specifically for investing and trading. And so that interface and that specific infrastructure piece makes it where institutions are very queasy about putting a lot of money behind DeFi because they can't effectively track their positions accurately and how they change over time, right? So Zerion is a good example of one that is moving in the right direction. It's still not at the granularity that institutions in particular are looking for. Zerion is still really focused on the kind of retail market, but it'll be interesting to see how this changes.
And one thing I want to know is like what, because we talk about regulators and DeFi and CBDCs. What amount of your time is spent educating legislators or maybe people like ConsenSys or just generally in the industry? How is the crypto lobbying emerged, and like what is the interaction with government officials?
So me personally, zero, but there are other people within the firm, my colleagues, who do spend time educating regulators, speaking with kind of groups that are focused on educating regulators, etc. So, there are definitely people who are very much focused on that realm. We spend a lot of time actually. So some clients will ask, some of our team members will speak with regulators, and then some of the clients will ask to be linked with those team members or potential clients, I should say, and then also be linked with the regulator that we spoke of, or linked with another one of our potential clients that have spoken with that regulator. So there is some of that going on. And I've been in calls where they discuss that, but I'm not the guy who speaks with regulators point blank.
Yeah, and so kind of transitioning to more of an open Q&A for anybody who want to spend this time for. If anyone has any questions, just bring it on out. But I kind of, in the consensus vibe, I always get like, it came from one of the ETH co-founders. What is like the cross chain or like chain agnostic view, or like what other kind of blockchains are you guys looking at, or like how do you can you kind of explain that? Because every time I pull up the consensus, it's like heavy ETH support. So I wanted to get a sense of like whether you guys are looking at L2 solutions, or is that not even explored in terms of enterprise?
So I think in the past 6 months, we've changed our tune internally, at least. I think we are preparing for a multi-chain world. I believe we've done work with Polygon, and I understand that's a side chain, but at the end of the day, it is something different than the Ethereum main chain, right? So, and we've, Palm.io, for example, which is one of our NFT projects, that's going to be a side chain to Ethereum. And so we are preparing for a multi-chain world. Now, if you're right now, I would say nearly all the focus has been on Ethereum compatible chains. But there are many people who think we should be spreading the net way further and looking at chains and developing and helping, giving tools, creating tools for chains that aren't Ethereum compatible. What I will say is that that's actually probably, I would consider it a political issue internally, depending on who you are at the firm and what your viewpoint on that is. And I don't think we necessarily have a unified viewpoint. From the development perspective, we have been, I can't say for sure, obviously Ethereum and then Ethereum compatible chains has been something that we have been focused on recently.
You guys have like any efforts of turning, like non-EVM compatible chains like Solana or into making it EVM compatible, so they can start using MetaMask to interact with that?
There are people who want to do that. There are people who don't want to actually integrate certain solutions because they are, by definition, they could only be EVM compatible, and they're preparing for a multi-chain world. There are others who said, let's develop these features. Let's not even worry about the other chains until there's a lot of users or dApps there where we have to worry about it. I would say that in particular question is being debated right now.
And so all you guys have been like acquiring some major tools like Infura, Truffle, MetaMask are all like big kind of developer tools. Like, what do you guys look for in terms of your own portfolio of acquisitions at ConsenSys?
What do we look for? That's another ever-changing question. Early on in the company's life cycle, so now when I go back to like 2017, 2018, ConsenSys was acquiring a lot more companies and across all sorts of categories, even non-crypto oriented companies. We do have a corporate strategy around acquisitions today. I would say that they are mostly focused on, in fact, very mostly focused on crypto native areas, but it really depends. It ranges from things like accounting tools to NFT related projects to DeFi infrastructure products. It really ranges. There's been considerations of things as large, and these are all considerations, right? This is not like, none of this is for sure, but just to talk about how we think about certain things. There's been thoughts around acquiring even more traditional service providers that institutions are used to get them comfortable. So that's it really ranges.
Yeah, awesome. I know you have to. I know you have to go. I know some old speakers are still here. So if anyone wants to ask questions till we can we bring Idle and Stellar back on, feel free to do so. We talked about a lot of things: institutional adoption, NFTs, education, community building, DAOs and governance. So really, there's and kind of intersecting and where those come in together. So thank you to Madison and Shaylee and everyone at ConsenSys for helping organize this and bring this together. So I really appreciate all your insights. So yeah, let's take it to the floor. Does anyone have any questions? Feel free to message that in the chat or just some discussions. I know you guys have been watching me random Google stuff or Bing. I was using Bing. Yeah. So if you guys want to share alpha or ask any questions, let's take this opportunity to do that. All right, or we can get degen. This was originally supposed to be some degen stuff. So I want some alpha on some degen. But yeah, there's I kind of also want to get some OG advice from Chad. I don't know if you're still here on like kind of your take, because I really liked your perspective because you came from the .com era and you watched this whole space emerge, and you even have like a patent on this stuff, which is I've never seen anyone pull up to me with a patent. So yeah, I wanted to get a sense of like your perspective on the emerging space and kind of how you thought of it before the ETH days.
You mean where it came from, where it's gone, where it's at, like that perspective?
Yeah, like like the whole game, like what you were kind of doing in your vision before ETH dropped at the Bitcoin conference in Miami, and then like kind of how it evolved, and I know you watched DAOs happen with the DAO and things like that. So I wanted to get like kind of a OG perspective.
I can sum it up. I mean, look, it's moving super fast right now, right? I mean, there's just people kicking out, the composability factor, the amount of talent coming in, the amount of resources coming in. And that's taken, let's say, 6 years, right? Bitcoin brewing for 10, 11, in the domain space, it's taken a lot of people 20 years just to now start selling off their assets. But you're seeing like, chief.com or, all those supply demand curves are starting to get munched up because it's a finite supply, more demand. So that's what's happening in the domain space. In the crypto space, again, the composability and just the amount of products and services that are being built because they're disrupting things. It's crazy now because you can't get that. You have to really start specializing now, where in the early days, it was just bring everything in and see what's going on. Now it's just crazy to see, which is awesome. And I don't see that slowing down anytime soon. And so companies, again, like Ben and stuff like that, and just not OpenSea, but Open Zeppelin, just the education factor is still, getting people educated. Because again, the more people that have MetaMask or whatever, the more users, the more people are going to build more products on it. So it's a great compounding factor that's happening now. Now, that's also a risky factor, because I mentioned in the thing where, yeah, we hear about the $600 million hack. They got super lucky. There's hacks happening all the time that people just don't get exposed to. And so what got us here could also bring us down. We got to be really cautious of that.
So like on the side of like, can you kind of explain also your challenge framework? Because I think that's a unique like way of bringing the .com era to the DeFi era and kind of the community that you want to build around that and those challenge frameworks.
Yeah, well, I mean, a case study was Rust. So Casper Labs, we've been following that since the beginning, and they ran into a Rust programming issue. And then, for us, we don't really have any Rust developers on our team, and so we couldn't really help them with the solution. But I was like, listen, we have Rust challenge. Let's throw the bounty up on that. It's a play to own. So instead of like play to earn, like Axie, this is going to be a play to own game. And so we're going to probably work with them and maybe do a potential Solana fund. Solana is also written in Rust. And so that will be a play to own around the URL on doing Rust challenges for these blockchain protocols. And so what that works in two factors is a lot of infrastructure companies, you'll never get close to touching the code or even getting close to the code, the production code. So you really got to start testing and writing code on either like a Docker container or on another environment, like a sandbox environment. And so this gives us the opportunity to kind of create stuff over through this gaming platform, but then with the intention of injecting into these production code systems. So that's what we're starting to identify the value proposition for these assets, but it's a play to own platform.
And can you kind of explain your patent? Because like that's what really interested me, and like what the original idea is, like when that came out, in terms of it seemed like it was very broad. So I was like, I was really kind of, I was blown back by that. I was like, what, you got a patent on this, like pre?
Yeah, so we got like, I'm not gonna say, let's say, I dislike the systems right now, right? It's very lethargic. In one sense, it works, right? The legal jurisdictional of court systems and finance, right? So we're here, but we're trying to get into the DeFi, DWeb stack. And so what we did is, this was back before Ethereum existed, right before Ethereum existed, we had a thing called equity points. And that was a really bad term, right? When ICOs were out, like equity's bad because you got to do KYC ML. And so we have it to where you can create value, basically like a virtual fence on these assets called eShares. And then, and so you're kind of building on a 1-for-1 that's in the future value. If it gets sold or transferred, what would that value be? So it's a theoretical value equation that can automatically incorporate the asset can automatically incorporate itself into the legal jurisdiction at whatever valuation or theoretical value you put it at. And so the domain, the asset, the domain, whatever you want to call it, moves from building value around that domain as just a product into a legal corporation. And then, but then you have to do KYC, AML, and back into that stuff that we're trying to get away from. So in one sense, we want to take advantage of the arbitration opportunities. In the other sense, we're trying to get away from that whole architecture. But we don't want to educate the lawmakers. And again, the recent DAO LLC in Wyoming was huge movement. It didn't move the needle in terms of the capabilities, but it moved the needle in terms of educating lawmakers on incorporating new business models for legal entities. So that's a huge movement for us and a huge win for DAOs. And that will start the seed of future architectures where DAOs can now play into the legal jurisdiction systems.
Yeah, one thing that really impressed me about your product is just the amount of features, and it really made go back to kind of our team. It's like what did you kind of have advice for anyone kind of getting in the games, like how much to focus on, like building something or like coming out with a complete product, and like how to like weather the bear and the bull markets, stuff like that?
Yeah, well, it's kind of one thing. If you wait 6 months, somebody else will probably build it and you can just license it off of them, right? That's probably the best path. But for years, it's like, I wish I had this, I wish I had this. And so we either got to make the decision, okay, do we build this because we need it and we can see a clear value proposition? But I would recommend whatever you're building, build it like really fast and quick, because it'll probably pivot, or you'll adjust it, or you'll identify. And so the sooner you can identify really that niche, and a good example is 1inch. 1inch was doing some other things before really 1inch started doing the DeFi aggregator, but they dropped everything. And so 1inch did a good job of trying to test 2 or 3 products to market. And then once they saw that aha moment, they dropped everything else. And that's where they got to today. So I would look at that same thing. So we built our stuff because we're building it we are our customers. So we are our own customer. And then, but our problem is now how do we roll this out to other customers without really have to educate them? And so that's kind of the chicken and egg for us. And so for whatever you're building, build it with the solution kind of in mind, the problem clearly defined, and then build it quickly.
An example of 1inch also made me think of hacker, because these guys came out, I think, of Russia, and they used to do like hackathons, like back to back to back to back to back. And I know you still do hackathons. So how do you look at like hackathons and these type of avenues as a way of like innovating and building upon your product?
Well, I usually go to hackathons to get out of my mix, not in it. And just to see the amount of like, just the amount of stuff that gets done in a short amount of time. And then can you build off of that framework? So, you know, look at, like if somebody's building stuff, look at all the open source code that are on these hacker channels, right? Like you can pick up somebody's project from a hackathon and run with it. And so I go to hackathons because again, I like to compress time and get in that, make sure I'm in that mix of competitive timing mechanisms. And then again, the amount of just, so I think a lot of people that go to hackathons that I hang out with are trying to get out of their mix of what they do from a day-to-day mechanism to like, hey, let's learn something new, do something new, create something new. And so that's why I go to hackathons. But I encourage everybody to try and, you know, do it. And then you meet a ton of cool people. I mean, just at Miami Hack Week, again, there was a ton of great people there now that I stay in touch with every day, every week.
Yes, that's how I heard about you. There's like this. My boys went down to Miami and it was like, oh, there's a DAO guy. I'm like, oh, what? And it was like, oh, this is more than just DAOs. But yeah. Anything else? We're kind of waiting till 3 o'clock till Idle and Enzyme come on. Any kind of questions? Anybody working on projects or anything like that, or looking to become developers, or maybe developers looking to go on the more business side and don't know where to go? I think also Chad has some insights on that, or just in general, kind of alpha, because I always love alpha. On Nicholas, do you have any comment? Like one thing I'm trying to get a sense of is like how exactly are like the avenues to raising funds? I mean, you kind of came up off the .com wave, but like in terms of like a lot of us are in like really bootstrapped. Like how should we raise like funds, like versus like going like the VC way and doing it traditional, launching a token, maybe going the grants route, maybe going through the hackathons route and incrementally building there? Like what do you see as being the most efficacious way of raising capital?
All those, any way you can find it. Keep your if you're doing it on yourself, you got to keep your expenses low, and then look at your timing. I think they said the most, the success is based on timing. So you got to be in the right kind of the right side, the right position at the right time. So you either got to keep your expenses low or you got to go for all those, right? If you can win a hackathon, you can get a grant. You can get a grant. Can you extend your runway, or can you build? The optimal one is create your own destiny and create your own revenue streams. There's a ton of money though out there now. Like all these protocols and networks are so flush with liquid cash, but there's $2 trillion now, right? Now there's $100 million grants that they're putting back in there. So I can tell you, if you have something, you can find money now in these networks.
And in terms of like an investor, it's like, are they looking for protocols, or are they looking for last mile like adoption solutions? Like what do you, and how has it shifted in terms of like what people are looking to invest in, where like the big money's at?
No, they're investing in people and teams and products. You can either go with look, it's all spread out across everything now, right? You gotta either get in the door. It's amazing some of these people raised from so many different people, right? That's hard. My other company raised, I think probably $50-60 million, and it's a grind, man. It's not easy. But with that comes a lot more responsibility, and you got other things you got to come with that. So, with the ICO craze, right? That kind of came and gone, but the tokens didn't go anywhere, right? The tokens established themselves as a different mechanism to establish, transfer of value. So, and then we saw that with Uniswap and SushiSwap, right? Like, so Again, from my recommendation, again, it's, if get good at something, right? Because nobody can take away your knowledge. And then the more knowledge you can gather, the better you can put yourself in a position to make an action or create something of value. And if you have something of value, so I have a quote, anything that has value that can be measured can be a currency. And so if you can create value, you can measure it, you can create your own currency. So that's what we're starting to see now with the personal tokens, with the Git, what's that one, Git one with the, we can mint your own personal tokens, right? So those are some of my things, is get good at something and get knowledgeable at something, and then you'll be all right.
Like, yeah, especially with raising funds though, it's like, and this is a question we got from someone in the audience. Yeah, actually I should just put it, but like, is there any advice in marketing a new crypto project without, seeming scammy, and like through like influencers and social ads and things like that? Like how do you do it in an organic way? And I've been getting that vibe too, because having a dev shop, I realized a lot of these people who have like funding completely, they don't have any technology behind it, and I've been like really kind of confused about this whole space. It's like there's a lot of scam projects, there's a lot of people with no devs and just kind of ideas with funding, and I'm really confused on how to go marketing a new project as well without seeming like a scam or any insight on that? Or has there ever been like successful like paying off influencers to launch out there? Like, I'm not even sure, because I was talking with one of the persons who did the hackathons for Aave, and I was asking advice, like how do you what should I pay for ads? Should I pay for marketing? And she was like, nah, like that just doesn't work. And I'm not too sure if it ever has worked, but at the same time, there are like crypto influencers as well. So I'm like, I'm not really too hip on the marketing or the legal side. And yeah, anybody here?
Be authentic, man. I mean, if it's a scam project, their job is to try and not look like a scam. We've caught a lot in early days, because like we reached out like to somebody had the Twitter, or somebody had the lead engineer of Tesla on their website. We emailed the guy. He's like, what are you talking about, right? So in 2017, people were putting who their advisors were and stuff like that. And so we're definitely in that frenzy mode of grab what you can while you can. So a lot more scams out there. So again, I think you just got to be authentic, and then let the roots, or let the research, path kind of open up yourself. So if you want to stay confidential or hidden, that's one thing. But I think if you can expose yourself, and so if you don't have anything to hide, right? And so then go ahead and expose yourself. But like there's a lot of them that are scams. And then you got people pumping and dumping, not pumping and dumping, right? They're flushing. They're using their own money to flush the volume. Everybody knows that's happening. And so I would really look at, if it's too good to be true, probably is. But there's a lot of good quality projects that are out there.
Yeah, I forgot. I was gonna ask. Oh, with like co-founders, like what, like that's another thing too. A lot of people will like raise funds on like Meet the Team. I got valuable players on my team, like, and either bringing them on a board of advisors or like part of the core team. So, and a lot of this DeFi stuff coming from developers, or coming from people in the space. So for that type of like persona, like what do you think is like the best for bringing on other co-founders and other board members to leverage a raise for something more traditional, like a VC?
Just go angel list.
Oh, straight up, like you can actually find co-founders on there. I used to look there for talent. I used to never get talent on there.
Co-founders lab. I mean, there's some it's kind of one of those ones, you got to put it out there and you got to put it in your network and then be patient. Hopefully, you know, the system, you know, it's like Burning Man starts next week, and Burning Man has a thing, you know, ask the ply, you know, the ply will provide. And it's really weird how, like, I'm hungry and then somebody gives food, like, it's really crazy, right? So you got to kind of really put it out there. This is what I'm looking for. And then you got to hopefully have the right, you know, again, storyboard and, you know, things that put in place. But, you know, it works in both favor. I'm definitely encouraging, if you're going to find a co-founder, I would look at like programs like splicing pie in this, like to where if you start as 50-50 founders, a lot of times you're pulling more weight than the other one. And there's a lot of, so it's not easy to bring in co-founders. But again, if you find the right co-founders, you get more compounding effects quicker. So it can work in your favor, but it can also work against you as well. Just button your stuff up on your cap tables and stuff too.
Yeah, I think idle is here as well. So let's start with that talk. But thank you for all the advice you've been giving, Chad. It's been really insightful to see your perspective. I know a lot of us who came in this space came very recently, so it's definitely giving us a lot of alpha. And thank you for all the information you've been giving me so far since we first linked up. So thank you. But yeah, is Emiliano here from Idle?
Jumping off. Thanks, Ben. Thanks, Shot.
All right, see you, Chad.
All right, can you hear me, guys?
Yeah, if you want to share do you have anything to share your screen, or is this just you talking?
Yeah, sure. I will share my screen. Let's see.
Yeah, and a lot of us have been here we've been doing this since 11 a.m. just back to back to back. But yeah, we covered a lot of on DAOs, on institutional adoption. I think this would be a good segue to all of that. But yeah, maybe I just want to take the floor.
Yeah, let me, I need to, okay, let me see just a moment. Okay. Can you see it? I guess, yes.
Yep, yield automation with Idle.
Great. So, all right. So, hi, everyone. I'm Emiliano, project manager at Idle Treasury League, and it's a pleasure to be here today to introduce you to Idle protocol. So, yeah, let's begin with that. So, money should never sit still. And that's the vision of Idle protocol. To achieve that, Idle wants to unlock the power of decentralized finance for everyone as a one-stop source of yield. In this way, allowing users to algorithmically optimize their digital assets allocation across leading DeFi protocols. Either they want to maximize it or keep tabs on their risk return profile. So, designed to earn you more. Idle was designed precisely to allow users to make more while maintaining risk management by letting the algorithm work automatically on their funds. Yeah, allocating them so in a protocol that has now been battle tested since 2019 and takes security seriously, very seriously. So from here, as you can see, different products and use cases arise from the protocol, with automation and aggregation being the two key strengths in managing users' allocated funds. Now we go over an overview of these during the next slides. So yeah, Idle aggregator and rebalancing protocol. Idle, what is Idle? Idle is a decentralized protocol that is dedicated to bringing automatic asset allocation and aggregation to the interest-bearing token economy. This protocol bundles crypto assets such as Ethereum, Wrapped BTC, and stable coins into tokenized baskets that are programmed to automatically rebalance funds according to different management strategies. So Actually, the idle protocol employs a strategy token system. So every allocation strategy has its own sets of tokens representing a pool of yield generating assets spread across different DeFi protocols. These tokens represent the investor's proportional ownership of the whole pool and the interest accrued over time. And this issuing method is similar to the traditional mutual funds share structure. And yeah, it allows idle to be non-custodial. So speaking about what you can see here, idle's allocation strategy offering consists of best yield strategy and risk-adjusted strategy. Best yield strategy. This strategy combines multiple money markets to automatically provide the highest interest rates, beating the best traditional offering across interest-bearing tokens and DeFi protocols. Regarding the risk-adjusted strategy, yeah, this strategy automatically changes the asset allocation to find the optimal mix between risk scores and yield. So let's go a bit deeper regarding the strategies. Let's take an overview of each strategy of idle. So let's start with the best yield strategy. Speaking about the best yield strategy, it allows users to optimize interest rate profitability and seamlessly get the highest yield without having to manually move the funds across different lending protocols to chase the best returns. So it's everything automatically, and one of the strengths of idle is that, yeah, users don't have to move out manually their funds to find the best returns. So what the protocol does is that it monitors the interest rates on different DeFi protocols, and then depending on the function that regulates the protocol's interest rates, it weights the allocation for the capital managed by the protocol to optimize the yield. So for this strategy, there are three crucial points that you can see also here. So maximizing the DeFi interest rates, automated rebalance, and dynamic allocation mechanism. Regarding, for example, here are pooled funds. Actually, the funds of the users are pooled together in one main contract. And regarding the automated rebalance, again, the interest rates are constantly monitored off chain by our infrastructure. So the rebalance is going to be automatically, and we monitor off chain the interest rates to be sure that the user through this strategy can find the best return for his funds allocated. So actually, this is an overview of the idle best yield strategy dashboard. And yeah, as you can see, these are the current assets and related pools which idle has integrated over the time. Now let's go on the second strategy, so the risk-adjusted strategy. So the risk-adjusted strategy allocation provides a way to earn the best rate with the lowest risk exposure. It was introduced in June 2020 after all the exploits that happened, in the DeFi lending protocols. And yeah, the team decided to build an allocation strategy that wasn't only looking at the profitability of the allocation, but also at the risk score. So what Idle did is that did a partnership with DeFi Score, and actually DeFi Score is an organization doing a risk assessment inside a risk assessment framework. So the activity of DeFi Score is that it compares different metrics from the protocol security to audits number or even collateralization and yeah, the liquidity. So with all these metrics, we get to a single consistent score that perceives the risk. With those risk scores, we weight down the allocation that we are doing with the risk adjust allocation strategy. So the allocation model that you can see here is based on this structure, taking the score from the 5 score. So the risk management algorithm takes account of the total assets within a pool. It incorporates underlying protocol rate functions and levels of supply and demand, skimming all the protocols with a bad score, rate mix, and finally determining an allocation that achieves the highest risk return score possible yeah, after the rebalance happens. Because again, also for the risk adjusted strategy, everything is automated and the rebalance is again automated with a trigger. So both for the strategy, there's this method. And yeah, as you can see from here, here are showed some factors and yeah, metrics used to calculate and having as an output a final score about the risk of a protocol. So this model outputs a 0, 10 score that represent the level of the risk on a specific lending protocol. In this case, speaking about the score, we have 10, that is the upper bound, so means that is the lowest risk. And regarding the 0, is the lower bound, so it means that is the highest risk. So actually, the risk adjusted strategy works like that. And these are the main strategies that IDLE till now provided to users and third-party protocols. For today, we have an announcement to give to you. Let's see it as an alpha leak for IDLE. And I'm speaking about the perpetual trenches. So this is a new topic, I guess, probably for most of the people probably that are listening right now. So I added a part regarding an explanation of what is trenches in general. So let's see this upcoming release of IDLE, the perpetual trenches. Yeah, first of all, we should give this general review about the trench. So as you can see, the word trench comes from the French word for slice. So yeah, in the world of investing in finance, it represents a split of a product that carries specific features like risk, yields, and duration. So these trenches are often grouped to create portfolios of diversified products or a basket of investments with similar characteristics. A tranche represents a product split. Yeah, so that carries a specific feature like risk, yields, and duration. So tranches allow the protocol to offer protected deposits with senior classes and maximized yield exposure with the junior ones, as you can see from the senior and junior. Depositors in senior tranche are guaranteed to receive the fixed rate attached to the pool over a fixed time period. There are not guaranteed or fixed returns, and the APY vary according to the TVL, so the total value locked of each side. So it's the market itself that will price the additional security rights provided to senior tranches. So speaking about the junior tranche, depositors in junior tranche are speculating on what they think that is the realized APY of the pool. If the realized interest rate is higher than the current APY of senior tranche after a period, then all of the extra interest that was generated would be distributed to the depositor of junior tranche. So that's why if you already heard about tranches, usually you can see the depositor of the junior tranches called as speculators, because they are literally speculating about the price of the interest rate realized of the other APY of the senior tranche. So this is a general overview of tranches. Let's take a quick look regarding the idle tranches. So as you can see, again, a senior tranche and junior tranche. Let's say the novel behind the idle tranches is the epoch-free model. So with limitless product interactions, and that's actually what differentiates these tranches from other protocols. Liquidity providers can now deposit and withdraw anytime with no maturity date. So that's why the name of perpetual tranches. The senior tranche, as I was saying before, in this case for idle, offers the safest way to access yield generating protocols thanks to the built-in fund protection. So liquidity providers can profit from complex and risky products without the burden of being affected by hacks or losses, with senior tranches getting back the funds first in the event that the underlying protocols lose parts of the funds. So junior tranche, again, carries more risks, as its total value locked could be used to protect the senior ones. So that tranche, the junior tranche, is designed to receive a higher yield than the senior tranche, to compensate the liquidity providers for such risk adequately. So in this case, speaking about what we launched, idle launches the DAI tranches, so to tokenize the risk yields of idle DAI best yield pool. So the yield generated by that strategy is split with the following distribution. We have 80% to junior tranche and 20% to senior tranche. And the pool starts capped at 500K total value locked. It's a sum of junior and senior assets under management. And in 2 weeks, the total value locked will increase to $5 million. So another important point that, as you can see, idle CDO AA, idle DAI yield, and idle CDO BB, idle DAI yield, is the tranches tokens. So they can be used as a collateral into lending markets with no oracle needed, traded indexes with stable coin pairs to generate additional access points, or incorporated into indexes and the baskets of tokens with few lines of code. And idle tranches highlight the difference with competitors, because again, the main difference from idle tranches and the other protocols right now is that there are no limits regarding the funds to withdraw. So there's no maturity date regarding the deposit and the withdrawal for the funds of the users. So speaking about the protocol, you saw the main features of the protocol. Let's say the strategies that we are currently offering, the new alpha leak, so idle perpetual tranches. We want to tell you how much idle takes securities seriously. So in this case, designed with security in mind means that since 2019, idle is a battle-tested protocol, and we are focusing since that time mainly through 3 activities: the integration start and the requirement, 500K bug bounty on Unify, and multiple audits with QuantStamp and ConsenSys diligence. So let's take a look at each activity. Speaking about the integration standard requirement, having multiple assets and protocols integrated with the idle ecosystem is a continuous goal for our protocol, and we gladly had many other projects and founders reaching out to integrate their products into idle strategies. But at the same time, yeah, new opportunities might arise. So we needed to define an impartial set of standards to evaluate new possible yield improvements. So these are requirements needed to implement a new yield source or an asset in idle protocol. So it represents an onboarding process for new partners that wants to get integrated into idle. So when a new integration proposals come up into the governance forum, the proposer should respect the safety criteria. Yeah, furthermore, builders who would like to work on new implementations, for example, via grants program, will be guided in proposing ideas aligned with the protocol goals. So this idea also came up with the governance. So you can find all the discussion into the governance forum. And then we have the second activity regarding the security. So is the 500K bug bounty. Idle fortifies the protocol security with a program on Immunify. Immunify is a bug bounty platform for smart contracts and DeFi projects where security researchers review code, disclose vulnerabilities, and make crypto safer. So what we noticed is that on top security reviews performed by external parties have increased the integrity and resiliency of the protocols. That's why we allocated the 500K for critical vulnerabilities discovered in idle protocol. And then we have the audits, so multiple audits. Why multiple? Because for any new protocol novelty, idle has always waited for an audit from industry companies to get a green light on the release. So far, idle has passed 6 audits carried out, in this case by Quantstamp and ConsenSys diligence. So all of this focus on security has definitely led idle to be recognized by single users and third-party protocols as a source to be relied upon. And this brought idle some results during the years. So let's take a look at some numbers. These are some numbers reached so far. So as you can see, total value locked, accrued interest for liquidity providers, annual DAO revenues. So again, I was saying before, third-party protocols recognize the idle as a source to be relied upon. Let's go deeper on that. Idle as a service. So idle was designed to be used not only by single DeFi users, so the crypto users, but also by third-party protocols through simple integration of idle strategies, the idle strategies that I showed before to you. So in this way, third-party protocols can benefit from all the advantages that idle protocol can offer, both in terms of IDLE's aggregation, automation, and in terms of security of the protocol itself. And one example of the activity that we are running since April involving third-party protocols is the B2B affiliate program. So this program is an opportunity to be an integrated part of idle ecosystem and share protocol fees for deposits that originate from partners, decentralized apps, wallet, or payment gateway. So anyone can join the program by embedding an Ethereum address as a referral when their users deposit assets in idle. And as you can see on the right table, up to 50% of the generated fees are shared with partners depending on the total partner deposited assets, so the PDA. DeFi wallets and CeFi exchanges can add a new revenue stream to their balance sheet in this way by enabling savings account on their UI and routing liquidity to idle protocol. So DeFi protocols like decentralized asset managers and yield generating products can benefit too from organic competitive APYs boosted by increased overall returns. So this new profit stream can be allocated for strategies and builders incentivization, or it could be considered as a protocol revenues. Lastly, because it's something that is in trend during these months in the DeFi space, DAO treasuries could diversify profit generation via idle protocol and the B2B affiliation. So these are the companies that believed in the idle protocol and invested in idle in October 2020. What's important to keep in mind is that idle since November 2020 is a DAO. So it's completely decentralized. And for that, let's take a quick look about the DAO. So the DAO, it's the idle governance. So idle protocol has been governed by a DAO powered by the token. So the idle token since, again, November 2020. So the DAO promotes key activities that oversee the protocol's maintenance and decides on improvements and new features. So this is decentralized body governs and manages all strategic decisions, enabling community participants to drive and contribute to the project roadmap through submissions and vote on-chain and off-chain. And speaking about the on-chain vote, the idle improvements proposal, so the IIPs. Governance doesn't only have the power, but also the economic resources. So while looking at the governance, it's important to understand that who decides which aspects of the system can be altered by token holders, and if there's a threshold to approve governance changes. So as you can see from that, the economic resources and also the new approvals are totally managed by the token holder, that is the top DAO of idle. Regarding top DAO and sub DAO, this is the idle governance process. So it's important to explain you that everyone, and I say everyone, at least at the first step, can join on Discord or in the idle governance forum and create a discussion about an idea. After that, this is the pipeline of the process. You have to make your proposal more formal, in a formal way, so formalization through with the governance forum and Discord, and then you have to create temperature checks to feel the sentiment of the community. So first you propose your idea. There is a discussion phase that is around 24 hours or 2 days, and then you create an off-chain vote to test the sentiment of the community. And then if you reach, let's say, a consensus regarding the sentiment of the community and they are for your initiative, you can create your proposal. And then there's the voting phase and the proposal creation that are both on-chain, and then the execution phase. So regarding the DAO, I would like to show you our current approach regarding top DAO and sub DAO. So as I explained to you very quickly, there is the idle governance, that is the top DAO of idle protocol, and is represented by the idle token holders. What happened is that there is an entity that is able to allocate resources and elect new initiatives, that is the top DAO. And then regarding the initiatives, we proposed the sub DAOs. So a sub DAO can be seen as a task force that is focused on a specific area of expertise. So rather than leaving every idle token holder with the burden of managing all protocol tasks and the new activities, the community decided to create these sub DAOs and to approve this new structure. So the idle community voted to create these sub DAOs, and each is taking care of daily operation for specific areas, as you can see here. Currently, the 3 leagues active are the Communication League, the Development League, and the Treasury League. But again, as you can see from the picture, we proposed also an IELTS league that could be a good league in the future. So are really working groups that focused on daily operations, and this governance framework promotes, a symbiotic relationship between builders and community participation that till now has allowed the protocol to move forward fast and decisively, while giving at the same time guarantees and decentralization that the community has the freedom to express in this way themselves. So again, to highlight the importance of the top DAO, in this case, speaking about team members, for example, I'm a project manager at the Idle Treasury League. The governance top DAO, so again, idle holders are able to assign or revoke the budget to the sub DAOs at any time. Missing milestones or the expected deliverables would bring the top DAO to reevaluate the specific sub DAO and eventually stop financing it. So this approach splits risks and opportunities, allowing active members to really take care of new business lines or scheduled DAO activities and get a reward for that. So even the active members are not involved directly in the sub DAO, in this case, because probably are not member of a sub DAO, they are actively involved because they take care about, the approval, the budget to give to the sub DAOs and to elect the member of each sub DAO. And this is important to keep in mind the topic about the DAO and how decentralized is a DAO. So quickly, let's take a look at the idle token utility. So we spoke about governance, we spoke about the idle token holders. So quickly, we have, of course, vote on chain, off chain proposals. So the idle token is the governance token. So the main characteristic of the idle is the governance feature. So it enables token holders to vote on new proposals and so on. So everything about the governance voting phase. Another token utility is to use idle as a collateral. So the idle token as a collateral, and coming soon, because we are currently exploring ways to integrate idle into borrowing and lending protocols, so that idle holders will be able to borrow using idle token as a collateral for that position. So we're working for that. Another utility, idle token utility point is to the LP staking. So the idle token can currently be used to provide liquidity indexes and join in the LP staking program. And then there's the idle staking. So token holders can stake their idle token for a flexible period up to 4 years for now, in return for a claim on the protocol fees. Token holders can stake their idle within their idle protocol and receive a share of the protocol revenues accumulated from managing assets. The staking program has turned the idle token into a value accrual asset. So as holders, can earn a share of the protocol revenue in the form of idle tokens. And that's an interesting point, because there were many different approaches for staking, and we choose to use this one. So as a conclusion, I think that I exceeded the time. Short to let me know. The idle community. So this is a cool slide, because again, everything that is going discussed, is going live, is every time discussed before with the community. And the community is the core, as I wrote here, is the heart and the core engine at the base of every DAO. So these are the channels, the main channels where you can find us and the community of idle. So we have the governance forum, and is the place where proposals are born, where discussions take place about new ideas and improvements that can be implemented for the long-term growth of the protocol. Each new proposal is first discussed within the official governance forum, and then brought on the off-chain and on-chain voting, as I was saying before. Then we have the idle DAO Telegram group leak. So it's the official chat on Telegram created by Idle team. Is where discussions take place regarding the protocol, technical support, and sharing of all the official announcements from the team. Then we have Idle Cafe, always a Telegram group. And this is the core channel of the most active members of the community. So in this chat, members talk about random topics always related to Idle, but at the same time, they propose new ideas and suggestions to be officially reported in the forum or directly to League's team. An example is the Communication Marketing League that born after a discussion between the members of the chat and the need to have a team dedicated exclusively to this activity. And then we have Discord. Yeah, is the perfect place for community users. Everyone in the house, I guess, that are using Discord. Users who love using this platform choose to join also here. Here there are several channels under development, governance, community groups, channels dedicated to the community, channels dedicated to events. So when we will run other MEAs or live events, you can join the community hall. And many developers from other protocols also use the dev support channel on Discord to get information and help integrate Idle into their project. So this is just a recap of our community. And yeah, feel free to join in every channel. We are keen to hear your opinion about Idle, and we are waiting for you to join in the idle.dao. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much for that presentation and dropping the alpha on the tranches for us. Yeah, definitely check out all those avenues. Again, like the first time you presented Idle as completely decentralized, it kind of made us go back to the drawing board on how we're doing our DAO. So I appreciate that insight and that DAO in practice, because even all the DAOs we were looking at today weren't necessarily decentralized. So it's a beautiful case study on that end. But yeah, in inviting kind of the final talk of the day, Anke of Stellar Development Foundation is here if you want to introduce yourself. And I think you have sharing permissions as well. So thank you for coming out. Another one of the sponsors for DeFi Summer.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you so much for having me and everyone for joining. I'm Anke, and I'm the Community and Events Manager of the Stellar Development Foundation, or SDF for short. So today I'm here to talk to you about global access to financial services. And more importantly, like why blockchain can be the solution to create a more financial equitable world. But before that, what does this have to do with the Stellar Development Foundation, and why focus on inclusion? So SDF, that's short for Stellar Development Foundation, is a non-profit organization founded in 2014 to support the development and growth of the open source Stellar network. So with Stellar, SDF seeks to unlock the world's economic potential by making money more fluid, markets more open, and people more empowered. Our mission is to create equitable access to the global financial system. And so everything we do, every dollar we spend is meant to further Stellar in order to achieve that mission. But why is this important? The way the global financial establishment is structured today, people are born into an economy just like they're born into a political system. Globally, about 1.7 billion adults remain unbanked without an account at a financial institution or through a mobile money provider. That's over 20% of the world's population and doesn't even include the underbanked, individuals or families who do have a bank account but don't have sufficient access to mainstream financial services and products typically offered by retail banks, and thus are often deprived of banking services such as credit cards or even loans. And among those unbanked, women are overrepresented. Among about 980 million don't have an account, which accounts to 56% of all unbanked adults globally. Lack of access also comes in other forms, such as lack of stable currency, inequality in accessing small business loans, and also like the inability for migrants to send cost-effective and fast remittances back home to support their families, and many, many more. financial access impacts people's everyday lives and helps families and businesses plan for everything from long-term goals to unexpected emergencies. So financial services such as credit and insurance to start and expand businesses, invest in education or health, manage risk, and weather financial shocks can improve the overall quality of their lives. But today's system doesn't provide equal access to everyone. That's because today's payment landscape is fragmented. It's slow, costly, and based on models unchanged for decades. Of the 100 of different monetary systems, each has its own set of services. You have HCH, SEPA, and more, and connections to parallel systems outside of its borders. Assets exist in siloed databases, disparate payment schemes, and to operate between these systems, it takes time and money. All of these disparate banks, money transfer operators, and treasuries combine to make up the entire global financial system as we know it. So at its best, today's system is slow, cumbersome, and fraught with fees. At its worst, it leaves millions of people marginalized. We can and must do better. So blockchain technology is challenging us to think about money and value in a new way, but like evolutions of the past, presenting the opportunity to make it better, more effective, and more efficient. In much the same way that the internet democratized access to information, blockchain can democratize access to the financial system. It can make sending value around the world as easy as sending an email. So with the Stellar Network, we believe that we can make this new evolution, next evolution about setting a new global payment standard. And to understand how Stellar can set that standard and make money as easy as sending an email, I want to first start by explaining what Stellar is for those who don't know yet. So Stellar is a decentralized open network that connects the world's financial infrastructure. It's a global public blockchain that's built for interoperability and to further financial access and inclusion. And it does that by helping to make money more fluid, thanks to the speed and scale of the Stellar blockchain to transfer value. It also helps to make markets more open, because when financial infrastructure is connected, you have greater geographical and affordable access to markets. Ultimately, this really empowers people, because our blockchain means real ownership of value in your position. So from the beginning, Stellar has been a cryptocurrency adjacent, but the software has always been intended to enhance rather than to undermine or replace the existing financial system. Whereas to say the Bitcoin network was made for trading only Bitcoins, Stellar is a decentralized system that's great for trading any kind of money in a transparent and efficient way, such as stablecoins, CBDC, securities, and more. So why Stellar? Stellar provides users a network unique in speed and cost. Transactions are confirmed within seconds, and the cost is negligible. 1 cent can pay for tens of thousands of transactions. So with just 2 lines of code, Stellar makes it easy to issue a stablecoin. Any currency or asset can be represented. Also, Stellar is compliance friendly, which is really important in today's world, giving financial service providers on the network the ability to do KYC and AML checks before transactions are confirmed. So it's also like open source and supports common development languages like JavaScript and Python with comprehensive documentation, so it's easy and accessible to get started. Developers can quickly build and operate on the network due to inherent functionality and expansive support resources. We have a test network, tutorials, and an engaging existing ecosystem to help projects gain traction immediately. So not all blockchains achieve consensus in the same way, and certain consensus mechanisms consume enormous energy resources. Our consensus protocol, like Stellar's consensus protocol, is not proof of work or proof of stake. It's FBA, and that means it requires the energy it takes to run a server. Now that you know why Stellar is used, who uses Stellar and what for? As I mentioned, Stellar is open and permissionless network. So really like anyone can build anything they can imagine on Stellar, but generally it's used by companies offering financial products and services who take advantage of its features to build better solutions to real world problems and use it for fiat asset issuance, digital wallets and exchanges, cross-border payments like B2B, payment processing, remittances, and other digital financial services. So one of these companies that uses Stellar is Leaf Global FinTech. Leaf inspires us what they can do to really empower refugees with access to finance. At the same time, demonstrating why wallets are one of Stellar's most effective applications. So the founders of Leaf saw a powerful opportunity to build a product for people with cross-border financial needs, whether they are refugees bringing in their money to a new country or cross-border goods traders who typically get taken advantage of while carrying cash across borders. So with Leaf's wallets, these users can save their money in multiple currencies, enjoy free Leaf-to-Leaf wallet transfers, and pay for goods and services. That functionality is possible because they leverage Stellar's ability to issue stablecoins and exchange value with low transaction fees and high speeds. That allows them to keep remittance costs down and ultimately make these payments more accessible to those who need it most. Their product is uniquely accessible because you don't even have to use a smartphone. They've designed their wallet with USSD technology so that even those with basic phones are able to access all of their services. That seriously raises the bar on blockchain accessibility. They're proving that by collaborating with both traditional financial institutions and ecosystem participants, they not only deliver value to their users, but they are meaningfully contributing to true financial inclusion in emerging markets. Another example is DStock, who is leveraging two of Stellar's most powerful features, tokenization and compliance functionality, to make investing easy and affordable in emerging markets. Those who live in high-income economies can easily access securities and other investment opportunities compared to the rest of the world. I can easily go on any kind of investing app and invest in stocks, for example. Yet, cross-border investing remains costly and largely unavailable in emerging markets. Without the ability to hold best-in-class assets for growing, diversifying, and protecting wealth, many would-be investors are left holding onto money whose value diminishes over time, especially in high inflation countries. So what they're doing is increasing worldwide access to high quality securities via tokens. DStock realized that blockchain technology would play a pivotal role in providing a global solution that allows for easy investing in world-class assets while cutting out the intermediaries. For instance, 65 of DStock users in Brazil identify as women, echoing the exciting trend of 170% year-over-year growth of female investors in Latin America. With more than 25,000 downloads in the product's first 2 months and about 10,000 monthly active users, DStock is well positioned to grow beyond their existing 15 markets today and even into B2B applications. I asked at the beginning, why the focus on inclusion? And now you see what I meant by blockchain offering effective solutions. And this isn't hypothetical. We can make a real difference in the lives of billions of people with this technology, but we cannot do so alone. So join the conversation on the Discord server of Stellar Global. Connect with the people from around the world about all things Stellar. This Discord server is run by the community for the community. If you want to learn more about how Stellar works in technology-wise, I highly recommend participating in Stellar Quest, where you can learn Stellar and earn awesome NFT badges and SLM awards in an interactive and gamified way. Just like we sponsor DeFi Summer, we also sponsor hackathons throughout the year, so definitely keep up to date on our Twitter. Last but not least, the Stellar Community Fund is also something I work on, which gives people all over the world a chance to kickstart their Stellar-based projects and connect to the thriving Stellar community. Currently, submissions are closed for this round, but submissions will open up again in early October, so stay tuned. But we'll hope you'll join us on this journey towards financial inclusion. Thank you, and let me know if you have any questions.
Yeah, I think there's some questions from the audience in here. Jose asked, are you in compliance with US rules for trading covered assets? And then, yeah, I'm pretty sure that was that and the rest were for idle. So do you have the answer to that question by chance?
Yeah, sure thing. 1 second. I'm just trying to stop sharing my screen for a minute, just so that I have everything. Okay, stop share. Yeah, so I can actually see the yeah, so definitely. So basically, companies building on Stellar, like they need to make sure that like they have to see that they can apply to how do I say this? So basically, like companies building on Stellar, they like need to comply with their local regulations, since there's regulations differ around the world for financial services. So like Stellar is an open source software, it's not owned by anyone, but it does offer in built-in compliance services that I talked about earlier, like KYC and AML. So and also like we have different standards that can help with this. So basically, but yeah, of course, like every company that is offering any kind of financial services needs to comply with local regulations. Yeah, hope that helps. Let me see, that was about it, right?
Yeah, that's pretty much it.
Yeah.
I don't think if anyone doesn't have any more questions, we've been here since 11, just learning, so it's a lot to soak in. But thank you for coming out. And I think prizes for the hackathon will be announced. I don't even know what day it is currently, but in like 3 or 4 days, I'll make that announcement later. So keep in tune for that, and then the stellar prizes for there. But yeah, thank you so much for your support, Anke, and on all the information today. And yeah, pretty sure.
Yeah.
Done.
Yeah, thank you for inviting. And happy to announce, I guess like, yeah, we're still in process of looking at all the projects, but very excited to see that, you know, like people are from the DeFi Summer Hackathon are building solutions on Stellar. So very, yeah, looking forward to announce that. Thank you so much. All right, have a good one.
Yeah, I think if you could stop the recording, Ken.
Will do.
Yeah, let me know when the recording's done.